Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. I'm coming okay, I think. Okay, sweet. Hey. What's your here? If you like what you see, please follow, subscribe, and join Twitch. We're back. It's another Friday. Happy Friday to you and to all. Actually, give me a second. Give me 1 second. No matter how hard I try, I just can't seem to be happy with what I have. I just can't be happy with what I have. You know what I'm saying? I have to notice the little things. But this time, there was nothing to notice. I was perfectly fine. And I was just overthinking it. Okay, cool. Yeah, so, yeah, welcome back. It's Friday. Today's Friday, April 21st, August 21st, 2026. And yeah, that was stupid. Why did I repeat the date? I don't know why I did that. Anyways, we're going to start off by, just having ourselves a little bit of fun, just a little fun to start off. The usual, not a video game just starting off. I just wanted to share a couple of stuff that I find really fun. That used to be really cool. And this is one of the cooler things I used to play all the time on YouTube and still playing now.
More than Scientology to stunt on my level. No one's got a bigger need for speed than me. Your best movies, you getting killed repeatedly. You're the tiniest action star I've seen. Need an IMAX just so we can spot you on the screen. As an actor, you'll never be one of the greats. You're middle of the road like that tooth in your face. Clench your jaw, whisper intensely. Run! There, I just dissed all your characters. Done! On the bike and the mic, I'm a better double feature. Beating me's a bigger reach than you with Jack Reacher. Ready? I was born on the 4th of July. Woo! You're just red, white, and bruised. You talk a lot of shit, but here's the truth. You can't handle the cruise. Your star-spangled suit insults our country. I look more dignified sliding in my undies. But you like my hands when I run. I don't need a precog to see your future. You got none. You did a lot of jumps, rarely landed one. I should have called it the Snake River can't gun. You beat an unarmed man with a bat. I play lawyers, but I can't defend that. If I were you, I quit giving acting reviews. You got tricked by a cop playing a prostitute. You're a drunk stunt monkey and your son followed suit. And you both crashed down and got buried in dukes. I see what you did, man. You wanna talk about wives and kids, man? I jumped 14 buses, but you know what's farther. The distance Katie Holmes keeps you from your daughter. You pray to aliens, Tom, that ain't right. Look at the vampires, you need to interview Christ. Grab your safety wire, you're gonna need to be held. Cause just like Ron Hubbard, you're taking to hell. No one even knows who you are anymore. I'm above you when I'm dangling an inch off the floor. I'll pop you harder than you pop pills. Your one-trick jackass hit Johnny Knoxville. All you're popping is your lips from the filler you inject. I've been snapping on you like Goose's neck. Your rapping is worse than the Mummy in 3D. Like a dry hand job, you don't complete me. The only stunt of yours people boast about is your psycho jump up on Oprah's couch. So just remember
That's so harsh.
Definitely. Oprah? I give a Queen Latifah. It's just another day on the Burj Khalifa. Yes, I grew up with your stunt cycle toy. I've been pushing you around since I was a little boy. You ended up a bankrupt crash test dummy. Show me the money! I'll beat you anywhere, anytime, anyplace. So grab your shattered feet and literally fuck your own face.
Playing that back just reminds me of the days, simpler days on YouTube when things were pretty much fun. Nowadays, it's a little bit more crazy on here. It's a little bit more crazy on here. A lot of creators have left, but this still kicks like the way it should, and it is a pretty good episode of Epic Rap Battles. Can't believe he's been doing this. Whoever runs this channel, that's been doing this for so long, And I just wanted to play that back because, just to remember when times were simpler on YouTube, Yeah.
Was this a stupid way to begin?
I feel like you could host the Daily Show. Have you asked them about that?
Humiliatingly, I have.
There's so much about this industry that's humiliating. We've done so many shows over the years, but I don't know anything about you. Personally, I know nothing about you.
Crazy.
I don't know anything about you either. Is it normal for the blue paint to be like in a pool of jelly? This
Nice
is
quality.
like
Hold on. The quality dipped. So I'm wondering why it did that. I'm putting it in the asphalt. I think I shall
first
do
time
that.
I'm using acrylic paint in my life, and this is what's happening to me. This is like the mustard water of paint is what I'm getting. I'm imagining the beginning of a Bob Ross I saw when I was a child, where he's mixing something with white.
The thing with Bob Ross was what I was so impressed by. He'd have an incredible landscape, and then at the very end, he'd take a big paintbrush and just like put a line down the middle. And I was like, he just ruined the painting. And then you'd look, and then he starts putting some branches on it, and I'm like, wow.
He says
tree.
Hold on. Now that I think about it, do they still have yeah, it's still up. There's still like it's like a YouTube channel that's active right now that it marathons like Bob Ross episodes.
In the foreground.
He
Incredible.
says there's no accidents. That's what Bob says.
So wait, where are you from?
You can go watch it right now if you
I
wanted
grew
to.
up on Long Island.
Do you know John Gabris?
I do know John Gabris. He's, oh my God,
He was
he's
on this
so
show.
much more from Long Island than me, though.
I grew up on Long Island in New York, right about here.
So I grew up on Suffolk County. It's like pretty far east. It was almost like farm country. It was very like New England-y. My dad was a professor of marine biology at SUNY Stony Brook. My mom was a teacher and science educator. She ran a small science museum where I grew up. So it was very, very sciencey household.
Yeah, very sciencey. And then how did you get into the mix and become an artist?
It's surprising you're calling me an artist. Is this even going to be possible to paint on top of? We're going to find out.
Did you get good grades in school?
No.
It's kind of shocking. I would have, if I had to guess, I'd say, and it's not just because you're wearing glasses, but I would guess that you were, like, top of your class.
Oh.
The way that you approach comedy is, and, like, even, I mean, you've done a bunch of segments and stuff that have to do with science, and I'm just like, well, I imagine if you're talking about those subjects that you have a lot of experience in.
Yeah, but I'm doing like the dumb comedy version. I'm talking about them for 30 seconds to make a joke. Like I'm not doing the real smart people version.
I feel like Adam ruins everything felt so smart.
Definitely.
Yeah, I loved Adam.
Extremely smart show. I guess I developed a skill of like getting the gist of something quickly.
Right.
So I can like talk to an expert about something and then they'll describe something to me and I'll go, oh, so it's kind of like this. And they'll go, oh yeah, that is kind of what it's like.
Cliff notes for people like me. I like that.
Yes, I'm a human Cliff Note. This is not going to try. Is it? Was this a stupid way to begin? I think it was.
Nah, there was a stupid way.
This is great. This is what I need.
This episode literally, I found this today, and it's funny that this came out at the same time. Like I started, I recently started like drawing and like practicing Blender and stuff like that, and it hasn't been that long. I think. I don't think so. And it's just so funny that this came and like I watched this already, but at the same time, it was just good inspiration, so I decided to include it on the stream. You know.
And a little for me, and a little for you. Here we go.
What is your writing process like? Do you write with a notebook or do you do computer?
I honestly never feel like I nailed down a writing process. I'm just like always trying to make do and like trying to come up with something and never quite doing it. Like I'm always like, oh God, I have a set tonight and I haven't prepared anything. Let me figure it out, you know?
Yeah.
All right, now I'm in the position of having to actually draw you.
Nah.
Oh, that's not the color I wanted it to be. Does this look like a flesh tone? It's the color of Goulden's mustard. Goulden's, not French's.
I always get that wrong.
Is it like a Dijon?
Like, it's just hard to
I'm
pin
gonna
down
save this
the color scheme.
later for when
I'm sure there are other people that have done
You
it.
were a kid drawing because
Well-practiced
you remember
people.
a point where you were like, well, I'm not going to pursue drawing or I'm not going to pursue visual art.
I have a very specific story I've never shared. I've never shared
We're
this
getting
story.
the exclusive.
Okay, that's something. That's not nothing. Okay, we're making shapes. When I was a kid, there in the art class in my elementary school, there was an artist of the week every week. You know, art was deemed good enough to like be at the front of the school, right? And one week I did a painting, and then she's like, "Oh, you're gonna be the artist of the week," and I was so excited. I was like, "Oh my God, I made it! I hit the big time." And then the next time I saw her, she was like, "Oh, I like lost the painting, so I can't, you know, you can't be artist of the week because like I don't know where it is."
No.
And I was like, "What?" I did the whole painting over again, and then I gave it to the art teacher, and she was like, "This one's not as good."
Oh my God.
and so I was not artist of the week at all, and I was devastated.
That's devastating.
and I think that's why I'm not an artist today. is because of this experience it would have been third grade that happened in. And I don't remember her name because I'm not one of those freaks who can remember the names of my elementary school teachers.
I really don't either, except for
Me neither,
I
actually.
had crushes on. Of course, I remember their names, but you know, any of the normal ones.
Which ones did you have crushes on?
Mrs. Zimmer.
Do I remember any of the teachers that I had a crush on? How did I think about it? I don't think I do. I don't think I remember any of the teachers. I remember a couple of teachers, but like, I don't think I remember any of the teachers I even had a crush on. I don't remember that. It must be just a me thing.
Zimmerman.
You had a crush on Mrs. Zimmerman?
Because she was good at art.
Aww.
Yeah, and she said I drew a pretty good Santa Claus, so I was like, yeah, I'm probably gonna pursue art in some way as an adult because of your one compliment.
Do I have to wait for every layer of this to dry before I can do more?
You get to do whatever you want.
Okay. I like this. I kind of am digging what's happening.
You're doing the Bob Ross approach. So when was the first time you did stand up?
I have memories of like doing like a weird little character in something that wasn't even quite a play in like a middle school, but I did like a funny voice, and then the other kids started coming up to me and like repeating the funny voice to me, and I was like, oh, that feels nice. I was always a comedy fan, and then I started doing it more in college because a friend of mine started a comedy group. We had some success on the early internet, and we moved to New York and started doing like shows at UCB. And then when the group broke up, I was like, well, I can either do stand-up, you know, constantly.
I can't even see myself doing stand-up, I'm not gonna lie. You remember, I really shouldn't be doing this right now, but I just can't see myself doing stand-up because, like, standing in front of a crowd and making sure that I don't that like whether or not I'd bomb like my set or whatever jokes that I had prepared. It's just it boggles the mind that like to even do that. It doesn't make any sense to me.
Right.
And try to like actually do it, or I can never do this again. And
Right.
I was like, well, I have to do it.
I feel like you're particularly very good at topical stuff that's happening right now. Is that what you gravitate towards?
I'm trying to figure that out right now.
Yeah.
I was so lucky to grow up watching cable and then to get to make a show on cable. For like the same kind of kids that I was as a kid. And I grew up watching The Daily Show, right? And I was sort of like, that's the best thing comedy can be, and that's what I'd like to do.
I feel like you could host The Daily Show. Have you asked them about that?
Humiliatingly, I have.
Good. We'll bring it up to them again.
They're like, Trevor Noah's leaving, right? And they don't know what they're going to do. So I made like a PDF advertising myself as what a good host I would be, and then emailed it to them, and never heard anything. And I was, which is fine.
Yeah.
But worst is to make a PDF about yourself. That was the humiliating part.
It feels, it's kind of sad, but at the same time, it's interesting to know that other people feel the sting of rejection like I do when I apply for jobs. That shit sucks.
There's so much about this industry that's humiliating.
Oh man, I'm really liking the color blocking that I've done, and I'm so terrified to do facial features because this is where this is like high difficulty level is to do.
It is.
You couldn't have started us off with like some flowers.
No.
Flowers are so easy.
It's nice that we're not going back on our choices. We're living.
True.
We're living with it.
That's true.
I've given you some very weird hair. I'll admit it.
Oh yeah, I forgot you're drawing me.
You know it's hard
What's
to do
that?
a 5 o'clock shadow. That's been my difficulty over here.
Okay, I'm gonna. You call what I have a 5 o'clock shadow?
Isn't that what it's called?
I call it a beard, ma'am.
You're literally the only man I know.
I call it a 5 o'clock
the
shadow.
only man in my life.
A 5 o'clock shadow is like Don Draper gets up in the morning.
Oh, that's like the first day.
Yeah, it's like literally it's 5 o'clock, and so there's like a light dusting. I can't help but notice that you're yelling at the art materials a lot less than me.
I'm feeling a little sorry for the character that I drew because I know it's supposed to be you, but I'm like, I don't know. He feels like he's truly locked in a basement, and I gave him now a full 11 o'clock beard or whatever. I don't know. Do you have any hobbies that aren't like secretly work?
Oh God! What a question.
I know. I mean, because even this, look, drawing is my hobby, and now we have cameras.
Yeah,
on
look
us.
at you.
Yeah.
No, it's like during COVID when I was like, I like playing video games. What if I streamed on Twitch?
Yeah.
Yes, actually, I've started.
Oh my God, that's what I'm doing.
Doing photography.
But I suck at it. That's why I suck at it really bad.
It took me until my 40s to be able to do like art stuff without feeling the need to like be good enough to make it a career of any kind, you know? And I've been shooting on film, which is fun. When something exists physically, like in your house, it like has a different weight.
Yeah, it doesn't mean as much if you have 12,000 photos in a photo album on your phone. I mean, there are 10 photos of me as a child. That's it. And that's kind of nice.
Yeah. You know, I gave a friend of mine, you know, I took just a photo of his kid that came out nice on black and white film, and I went to the dark room and I like developed it and I printed it and then I got it framed, and it's like there's truly only one of this, you know?
Yes.
And like even if he wanted a digital copy of it, he would have to scan it, and that would so clearly not be the thing I gave him.
And there's truly only one of these. I'm sorry I made you look like somebody that's on a romance novel a little bit.
Wow, that's amazing.
See, the beard was hard for me.
No, that's good. It is very much a 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah. I honestly have no idea what I'm about to walk into. Okay. What? I love this. I do. I love it. I feel like I'm on Doug, you know? I look like Patty Mayonnaise a little bit, and she's a hero of mine.
very healing to hear.
Genuinely one of the most colorful paintings we've had.
That was a real art teacher compliment. I love the colors!
You used colors and you tried hard.
Maybe I can be artist of the week.
That's underrated. That's very underrated. Glad I watched that. There's like one video that I haven't watched yet, but at the same time, like I saw it, I was like, yeah, it is like this. I've been saying this for a while now on Blue Sky. I've been tweeting it
every week now, isn't it? It's because
Yeah.
of the business model of desperation. Big new game on the horizon.
Oh, now that I think about it. Now that I think about it. No. Well, what's wrong with my words? What is wrong with my words? Boop. Hold on, Blue Sky.
You've noticed it. I've noticed it. Everyone has noticed it. Every game with a big enough footprint has some made-up controversy surrounding it. The outrage culture machine is fighting for relevancy at this point. It's the only way these channels, social media accounts, and drama merchants stay in business. They pick a target, find whatever buzzword ruffles the feathers of their audiences, and milk it until it's puttering out dust. They'll repeat it verbatim across a multitude of channels to convince the unaware that it's a real issue that needs to be addressed. That target right now is Insomniac's upcoming Wolverine game because I guess they're not happy with the tutorial mission shown in recent preview events. Or
That's super weird.
Trail following a boss in a chase sequence. IGN did a comically long article.
I've been hearing the noise of surrounding this game, and I'm just sitting there like, the fuck is wrong with people? Oh my god. The game's not even out yet.
An in-universe reason for that because of how much anger there was over it. Takes one look at the YouTube thumbnails to show what all the hate really is about, though. What it's always about these days, for every major release. It's a repeatable and predictable pattern to the point that when any game is about to be released, you can pinpoint the things they'll focus on before they even start making posts about it. James Stevenson, the director of community and marketing at Insomniac Games, took to Twitter to address all the complaints, saying, "I think the wild way this algorithm amplifies and forces negativity upon you has me reconsidering my philosophy on telling devs to look or post here. It's a relentless onslaught that I cannot believe is good for anyone's mental health nor representative." This statement was covered by a lot of different outlets to say Stevenson was addressing the controversy, but in reality, it's just a feeling most devs and studios are contending with because of how bad things have gotten on pretty much every social media platform. It's a real shame, because I used to see dev insights all the time on social media. Over the years, bullies of these platforms, of every political taste, have killed the vast majority of that engagement fans used to have, and it makes the industry a more boring place to be in because of it. Creatives, whether they're making games or making videos discussing those games, want people to engage with their work. And they want to interact with the people engaging with their work. Otherwise, what are we doing here? We're not just making things to be sent out to the void. People who make art make it for people. Can you imagine being in an art gallery, showing off the work you're proud of, and while you got some excited fans appreciating it, you also got a bunch of people just screaming slurs, insults, and whatever mush that comes out of their brains at you? You tell me if you would just ignore that, or if you'd want to bother dealing with it. It's a privilege to have near direct access to studios and the creatives making the games we're supposed to enjoy, and people who live off outrage have squandered it. Unfortunately, the rest of us also lose out because many developers no longer want to engage with people online. Major companies have failed over and over again to protect and stand up for their creatives when things go too far. And I'm not even talking in the legal sense here, just a general moral sense of making developers feel like they have the people they work for in their corner. Ubisoft, of all companies, was one of the only ones I saw with the stones to actually call out the bullshit. Engagement merchants will always fall back on the criticism argument, but that's never really the true intent. They'll say whatever they need to rile up impressionable audiences, call anyone who argues against them corporate bootlickers, and then cheer on layoffs, excessive executive pay, and people they've convinced themselves to hate over nothing being treated poorly by their employers.
It's I've been making content based around this stuff. It's been a running gag for me for quite a while. And, the stuff that they're bitching about has been around forever. Like, so,
Their idea of a better industry is one that caters exclusively to them, something they can't even articulate. There's nothing genuine about the constant drumming up of outrage, and before it was one flavor of outrage, it was another. Over time, ambulance chasers lose their relevancy, and they're always screeching the loudest near the end. Standing up to bullies inspires others to do the same. It's like nobody remembers the movie Dinosaur. By not addressing the issue, it's been allowed to fester and become normalized, and everyone's just expected to work around it because that's how things are. The gaming community could be united behind the actual issues the industry faces, like the rampant stagnation of many AAA games, a generation of wasted money and talent on live service games at PlayStation that nobody asked for, the absolutely out-of-control pay of executives while justifying layoffs, or the killing of physical media leading to less consumer choice.
God. Yeah.
Merchants flood the space with absolute nonsense while proclaiming they're fixing the industry. These outrage mobs use criticism as a shield, but have no genuine criticism of the art they're supposedly engaging with. They don't criticize what they're playing. It's always about circumstances surrounding it in the most disingenuous way. You'll never see them make a video discussing the narrative beats of a game, or the way it plays, or how it was made. You'll never see them make a criticism of something that doesn't involve their favorite buzzwords, or isn't targeting a specific person they've supposedly exposed.
Yeah.
They know they have nothing of substance to bring to the table, so they always resort to the type of outrage the algorithms will push. Respond to it? You're giving them the energy they're looking for. Don't respond to it? You're a coward, just ignoring the issue. In my view, the way to work against this stuff is to keep calling out the nonsense, fact-checking the lies, and for companies to stop ignoring it and actually take a stand for once. They were more than happy to do it during the big social movements where they would change their logo or make big statements of support. But in this case, they've been noticeably silent when their entire creative teams are targeted again and again.
You know what's weird about that? It's hurting. It's hurting their what would otherwise be potential profits, and we'll never know like what their profits could have been if this shit wasn't around.
On Second Win, we moderate our comments to make space for real discussions. Moderation isn't about silencing criticism or dissent. It's about making space for the actual conversations that need to happen and filtering out all the noise that just drags everyone down to that level. Outrage takes zero effort. That's why so many of these bums use AI to make it. You just have to know which buttons to press. Building spaces that provide value, constructive criticism, and genuine feedback takes a lot of patience and work. The industry could do with a little more of that kind of moderation.
Just glad to see another creator finally talking about it, you know?
Rocket parts slamming into the moon? What's up with that? Let's go back in time to the V2 rocket designed by Wernher von Braun for Nazi Germany. That rocket was the first object ever conceived and designed and built to leave Earth's atmosphere. You know what it looks like. It has a bullet-shaped body, huge fins that come off the side. Essentially, every sci-fi rocket in the 1950s looked like a V2 rocket. In fact, that's like the cartoon representation of rocket. If you want to...
It's funny that he says that. If you look at old Looney Tunes cartoons, it also shows that rocket. But another funny thing about it is the newer generation of people probably have never understood or like they've never had that style of rocket etched into their head. But it's still an interesting topic that he brings up.
Say, draw a rocket. You draw that and everyone knows what you're looking at. The reason why modern rockets don't look like that is because it's very costly to go anywhere in space. And I don't just mean money, I just mean efficiency. It's so costly that whatever is holding the fuel, when that fuel tank runs out, you don't want the rest of the fuel to be carrying the weight of an empty fuel tank because it compromises how far the rest of your rocket can go. So what do? You detach the fully used fuel tank and drop it off wherever it lands. That way, the remaining thrust is sending into space only that which is absolutely necessary. In fact, you could do this several times in several stages. Thus was born the multi-stage rocket. So let's take the Saturn V, for example. Why is it so tall? Saturn V rocket is 35 stories tall. Well, when they light the engines, it's the first stage that lights first. The rest of the fuel is waiting there in turn to be ignited later in its trajectory. First stage ignites. This gets the rocket off the launch pad, gives it some speed to approach orbit, but it's not yet in orbit. Because before it goes to the moon, it first goes in orbit around the Earth. So there it goes. When it's done with the first stage, and we launch from Florida west to east, the first stage drops into the Atlantic. The second stage needs to give the rest of the rocket enough speed to enter Earth orbit. That's 17,500 miles an hour. So watch what happens. That second stage gets the whole front end of that rocket going 17,000 miles an hour. It is in orbit. Now it detaches. If the main rocket is in orbit and the second stage got it there, that means the second stage is also in orbit together. So if you don't want the second stage following after you, you gotta like shove it or give it a rocket to slow it down, to have it re-enter. You gotta do something. Otherwise it will forever trail behind you because it's responsible for giving you orbital speed in the first place. How do you get to the moon? That's the third stage. We're orbiting Earth. 17,000.
It's the second stage rocket. They're actually fall out of orbit, they crash on, and then like go into the Earth. Is that what he's basically saying? Is just stay in the orbit? Like, I know the answer is probably yes, but I just think it's interesting that it stays in orbit, caught in the Earth's gravity, and it just goes round and round. And I know why too. Like,
1,500 miles an hour. Now it's time to go to the moon. We need another rocket to do that. Well, we discarded all the weight of the previous empty tanks. They're gone. Just us. Ignite the third stage. It takes us out of Earth orbit towards the moon, or more specifically, towards where the moon will be when we get there. And it's called a translunar injection, TLI. All right, when does that stage run out of fuel and burn out? When it's done its job. And what's its job? To give the rest of the rocket enough speed to get to the moon. Well, if that rocket has enough speed to get to the moon, then so does the third stage. It would just follow it to the moon. In the same way, the second stage follows the rocket in orbit, unless you do something about it. So, you go to the moon and you have the translunar injection of the third stage. It's going to the moon right alongside you. Okay, going to the moon, when we get closer, we typically go into orbit around the moon. So there are other fuel adjustments that are engaged for that. The third stage does not have the benefit of those extra adjustments that you're making because you want to make a safe orbit around the moon and maybe even land on the moon. That's a whole other activity you have in mind. But getting to the moon, it should make sense that in an Earth-Moon system, there's a point where the gravity that wants you to fall to Earth exactly equals the gravity that wants you to fall to the moon. That just makes sense that such a point exists. Well, that point is closer to the moon than it is to Earth because Earth's gravity is stronger. That all makes sense. So all you need en route to the moon is to give your rocket enough speed. Then you can shut off the rockets, give it enough speed so that it climbs away from the Earth and crosses over into the zone of influence of the moon. Then it'll fall towards the moon. So that's why en route to the moon, nobody's burning any rockets. You were given enough speed to get to that crossover point. All right, so now we get into lunar airspace, but the third stage is with you. What's it gonna do? It's gonna reach the moon somehow. It'll either go into some weird, funky orbit around the moon. Unless you shoved it real good, then it could just go off somewhere else in space in some kind of random orbit, because everybody's got gravity. Earth, the moon, the sun, other planets, not escaping somebody's gravitational pull. Occasionally, this third stage simply goes into orbit around the moon. Nothing you can do about that. It's just there. But also occasionally, its trajectory is such that 3 times around, 10 times around, 100 times around, it might collide with the moon. At this point, it's just random space junk, following Newton's laws of gravity. Can't blame it. Every single Apollo mission had a third stage that you have to ask, what are we going to do with it? And you know what they learned? If the stage crashes into the moon and we have little moonquake detectors, we might be able to get seismic information about the moon. If it's going to crash anyway, let's do some science with it. If you introduce a pressure wave into a solid object, and you can time how long it takes to get through, and if it pivoted on an angle, you can learn all kinds of things. Are there layers in the moon of different material, of different densities? What's it made of? What's the core made of? Geophysicists love that, realizing they could detach from the third stage in just the right way to ensure that that third stage would collide with the moon. That would send a wave through the moon that the moonquake detectors would then be able to measure. And because among the scientific instruments left on the moon by previous missions, a little moonquake detector was among them.
The ASPCA provides critical care and trains others to do the same, improving the lives of animals and those who love them.
So this became routine, to slam the third stage into the moon. And many people didn't care because we were distracted by the fact that there are human beings en route to the moon, and we cared about their safety and that they'll return. But the question will always be, what do you do with that rocket stage that got the rest of the rocket to do what it's supposed to do? It forms the collective bin of space junk that's out there. Basically anything that went to the moon in a multi-stage rocket, the last of those stages is either orbiting the moon, slammed into the moon, or is wandering homeless in space, looking for a destination. So, recently SpaceX had one of its rocket stages slam into the moon. And I remembered some coverage of that, oh, it's irresponsible. People like were grumbling. Excuse me, this is happening all the time, and Apollo did it a half a dozen times, like on purpose. And everybody else is going to have one of these stages, and they got to figure out what to do with it. It is a challenge, it's an engineering challenge, a rocket propulsion challenge as we move forward with our space ambition.
I didn't even hear about that.
Every mission to the moon is going to have one of these free-floating last stages of its rocket, but we have to figure out what to do with them. I don't know what's worse, creating trash heaps and craters on the moon, or having the thing still going in an uncontrolled way, orbiting the Earth-Moon environment. I don't know. My personal jury is still out about what to do with these rocket parts. Maybe in the distance.
I'd watched this video, but not as an entirety, and that's why I want to play it on stream. I'm glad I'm right about the theory that it's just circling the Earth, with not crashing on there because of the Earth's gravity.
In future, we don't have multi-stage rockets anymore. How do you get away with that? You have filling stations in space. So, your rocket runs out of fuel, refuel it, keep going. You don't have to drop it off anywhere because it's no longer dead weight, because it's holding your fuel. And that way we get rid of all wayward rocket stages. And nobody has to worry or write articles about them slamming into a planetary surface or wandering through space. One of my colleagues and friends, his name is Rick Binzel, he's a solar system guy, and he remembers observing an asteroid. He said, oh, this is interesting. He got a spectrum of the asteroid, and it was highly reflective, and because you can't see the surface of an asteroid, you can only analyze the light that's coming from it. So it's highly reflective, and it's got sort of titanium oxides in it. That's odd. So somebody either went into space and painted an asteroid, or he detected an Apollo third stage rocket. And that's exactly what it was. In fact, he detected Apollo 12's third stage. Still wandering in space. And these things are elusive because they're not very big, they're not very bright. And so asteroid hunters can pick up a new signature, a new signal in their data. You check what the orbit might be, check with the tables, doesn't match anyone else. And yeah, he thought he discovered an asteroid, painted in titanium. But it was the third stage of Apollo 12. Other things in space. Elon, you might remember some years ago, launched his Tesla Roadster. It's a sports car, basically. That is lost in the space between Earth, the Moon, and Mars. That object has been multiply discovered and independently discovered as an asteroid until we figured out this is what its orbit is. If you find something that matches that orbit, it's not an asteroid, it's a Tesla Roadster. Here's what we have to ask ourselves. If we have a permanent presence on the moon, ultimately, and there's a lot of people, not only on the surface but in orbit, that's a lot of missions to the moon. That's a lot of third stage rockets just following us there. And so we're gonna need, engineers can figure this out, we're gonna need a clever solution to this. Might there be some crater on the backside of the moon, could be like a dumpster, where each third stage of the rocket has a targeting mechanism and reserve fuel to get it around the back of the moon, deorbit, and land there. And that would be just a big old dumpster of rocket parts. That way they're taken out of harm's way, and not only harm's way because you don't want it falling on your head on the Earth's surface, takes it out of harm's way because while you're in orbit around the moon doing business, you're not at risk of slamming into one of these wayward rocket parts. And if we start building biodomes and things, I don't want a third stage coming down and crashing in the middle of the party. Need it be said that Earth has an atmosphere and the moon does not, so that a lot of space junk that might otherwise hit Earth burns up in our atmosphere, vaporizes. Whereas on the moon, where there is no atmosphere, it will collide with the moon at least as fast as the moon's escape velocity to leave it. So the escape velocity for the moon...
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know the parts that evaporate in the Earth's atmosphere.
Moon
Is it all of them?
5,300 miles an hour. That's pretty fast. So anything slamming into the moon is going to hit with at least that speed. The gravitational physics is symmetric that way. By the way, that's kind of why the moon is covered in craters. It's in the same part of the solar system as Earth is, and Earth is not covered in craters. We would be if we didn't have an atmosphere to protect us from most of what would be slamming into us every single day. So I trust engineers to solve this problem. But it's an interesting philosophical fact that whatever helped you get to your speed, in that moment, you both have the same speed. So it will follow right behind you unless you have more rockets to go even faster. That's just a fun little fact about the dynamics of orbits. Till next time, keep looking up.
I miss college. I can't say it enough.
May or may not, and I just want to note here, may or may not follow multiple PhDs on the gram that do OnlyFans. Learning about dinosaurs from a woman in a bikini was not my life plan. Learning about dinosaurs from a woman in a bikini was not my life plan. Learning about dinosaurs from a woman in a bikini was not my life plan. This is the best comment ever. I wanted to pull up an article about a thing that I care about and some of you might care about, which is the American University. This is from a former guest of the show, Daniel Bessner. This is from The Nation, from their books in the arts section. Those are cops guarding the university because we love to see that. And this is a review essay about a book called University: A Reckoning, which do I have with me? Hold on. Oh, I don't have with me. I thought I had that book with me and I don't. The American University is in crisis. Neither the public, the students, nor even the faculty believe in a system that was once the envy of the world. You might know this, you might not know this, but I'll tell you now, I'm like a university truther. I genuinely believe in the glory of the university. What a cool thing, especially if it's free or very cheap. You go to this place for 3 or 4 years. They're normally pretty or in cool parts of the city or countryside where you can sit outside and read books. All you're really supposed to do for 4 years is hang out and read and learn things and explore new ideas. And I don't know, maybe if you're lucky, have casual hookups. I didn't have that many of those. Some people do. I think that's rad. And like the whole point of it, ideally, and again, I'm talking in the ideal, perfect sense here, the point of being at the university isn't to be productive. It shouldn't be to job train. It's not to do anything other than to expand your own humanity via learning, socialization, and exposure to arts, culture, and things of that nature. So
I agree with that.
I think that there's something really special about that. And I think it's indicative of a different vision of humanity. You know, I think
I mean, sign me up. I think I'm a university truther
the
too.
original vision of the university and of education in the classical model is one where education is something that's good to do just because it's good to do. It's good to do because it's valuable for your humanity and nothing else.
This video sponsor, Cloaked, actually dared me to see what would happen if I entered my phone number in their website to see how my personal data is being used. So let's explore out. And they provide you with...
It's wild because 30% off your plan. Okay, now we can go back to learning about what is to become of higher education. Now, the lack of faith in universities is striking. According to Gallup, the portion of Americans who were confident in American higher education dropped from 57% to 42% between 2015 and 2025. Moreover, only 35% of U.S. adults now say that college is very important, down from 70% in 2013. A poll by Pew likewise found that 7 in 10 Americans now say U.S. higher education is going in the wrong direction. And it's wild because out of those 7 in 10 Americans, probably some of those Americans think the university is in a bad place because of the neoliberal takeover of those institutions. Other people might think the university is bad because of like woke, or because
whatever that means.
Like a trans person got to be on the tennis team once or something.
Whatever that means.
There's a lot of different reasons people could think the university is a bad place. I know that I sometimes have people say to me, "Hey, Michael, you went to college for a long time, and I like you. Should I go to college for a long time?" And I often say no unless you're independently wealthy, because it doesn't make as much practical sense these days, especially to go into any form of debt, to go to institutions where the quality of education is in some ways worse than it's ever been. You know, I don't know. It's a tough one. Behind this general loss of confidence,
I disagree with that, but
loss of confidence lies misgivings about specific issues. Pollsters for Pew have discovered that what are polls, by the way? Do we believe in polls? I'm increasingly skeptical about polls. Are there any data scientists or sociologists here that can just let us know if polls are like real, good, useful? They've discovered 79% of adults say colleges are doing a fair or poor job of keeping tuition costs affordable. Yeah, it's expensive as hell. And about half or more of college universities are fair or poor on preparing students for well-paying jobs, providing financial help to students who need it, and developing students' critical thinking and problem-solving skills. Critical thinking and problem-solving skills, that's maybe a thing we need. Faculty morale is no better. I know we have some faculty and people of that nature probably watching this now or after the fact. Anyone employed at a U.S. university will readily acknowledge depression, even nihilism among professors is real. It's not for nothing that it is faculty themselves who have published books about higher education with titles like The Great Mistake and Poison Ivy.
That's crazy.
Wasn't that also like a 90s movie about like a babysitter, and you think she's like a sweet girl, but she's actually poison? Both the public and the professors are convinced that something has gone terribly wrong with the American university. Now, I have experience working in both American and UK universities, and I will simply say that they've been getting really bad for a while, and to be reductive, it's been a large process of turning the university from a place that's centered around education, inquiry, and community into something that's just like a mechanism of the neoliberal state and operates according to the logic of business and administrative efficiency. You can tell this, yes, Drew Barrymore. Yep, that's Poison Ivy. That's Poison Ivy. If I'm Henry and I'm editing this later, I'm maybe putting in a poster from the original Poison Ivy film to show that I'm not crazy. The university is operating by a logic that's counter to the original logic of what the university is meant to do. There's an anecdote I'm sure some of you have heard me say before. Someone else says it's Uma Thurman, but I think that's because of a Batman thing.
Yeah, it's a Batman thing.
The last university I worked at,
because Uma Thurman was Batman.
The west of England, in Bristol, England. I was in the philosophy department there, and there was a thing where like we had a second or third year course on Kant's critique of aesthetics. So this is, 18th, 19th century German philosopher Immanuel Kant, reading Kant's critical work on theories of aesthetics. And university administration said we needed to add something to that module that helped students practice writing resumes and CVs, which felt insane, like almost laughably insane to say, well, while we're learning about Kant's critique of aesthetics, also make sure they know how to write a resume. You know, like that's the sort of shit that was happening. Another thing happened where they were tying the funding of departments to the percentage of students who were full-time employed within 6 months of graduation. And I mean, let me tell you, if you went and worked at a pub or a cafe or something, that didn't count. If you were freelance, that didn't count. In the UK, especially, a lot of students take a year off before going to grad school. That didn't count. You know, there was a lot of mechanisms that used lack of hireability as a way to evaluate the success of a discipline that I don't think is aiming at that thing. You know?
I mean, now that I think about it, for example, I think, you know, this is not a dig on the liberal arts, or this is not a dig on like the softer, like art history is very important. But I think it's good that if you're an art history major, I think you should be an art history major. If that's your thing, you should be an art history major. You should go on and on it. We need art history majors, you know what I'm saying? Not for any particular reason. It's just good to have somebody in the world who knows the history of art. But at the same time, it's like, if you're an art history major, like after you get a graduate in art history, what else are you going to do but teach art history? You know what I'm saying? Or you could become a writer, you know? But it's not, you know, it's not as clear cut as, you know, as a STEM. If you take a STEM class, you might become a chemist, or you might become a biologist, or you might become a, like there's things you can do where if you're an art history major, it's a little harder to pinpoint like what's the trajectory of that, if that makes sense, you know?
I'm saying. There are various sources of this discontent. First, the labor structure of universities has been transformed from one defined by stable employment to one defined by gig work. A lot of you know this. I'll get into it here. 70% of all U.S. faculty held contingent, that is part-time or adjunct positions, up from 47% in 1987. To give you an example, rates might have changed now, but there were points where I was teaching at a contingent level. You know, it would be like $2,500 per course. Here, let me calculate this. Let's see what this would look like if we did hourly. So if we're doing $2,500 for a course, okay, and then the course is, let's see, a lot of semesters are like 16 weeks. Let's divide that by 16. Okay, so that's $150 a week. So let's say 3 hours of teaching, and let's go light and say 2 hours of prep divided by 5. So that's like $30 an hour before taxes with no benefits.
I just also want to say that Da Vinci Code, the book, is a very underrated book, and I loved it. People probably don't remember the Da Vinci Code, but I remember reading Da Vinci Code, and I really liked that book when I first read it. That's a really underrated book.
And in many cases, these are teaching in like major cities. And honestly, it's a lot more work than just those extra.
That book made me want to, like, after I finished reading that book, that book made me read other fictional books. And then I remembered, oh, some fiction isn't as good as this fiction. But, you know, books are kind of like movies. Like, books are kind of like any other, you know, smart medium out there. You know, sometimes there are hits and sometimes there are misses. And even the misses may not even that bad. They just not be your cup of tea. I remember reading this one book, and it was based around like a book historian, and I found it really dry. I still liked it, but I found it really dry. But I'm certain someone out there could find an enjoyment out of it. Like, I'm certain somebody out there really liked that book. It was based off the recommendation of another book I read that was like the Da Vinci Code. Yeah.
Low on it. There's also millions of former students who are struggling to pay back the debt they incurred while attending college or graduate school. I don't know if you've heard this, but student loan debt is a big thing. I have a lot. I wonder if anyone has more than me. We should have a...
By the way, I really miss buying fiction, like collecting fiction, like I used to collect movies, like I used to collect video games. I really miss doing that.
We should have an I'll show you mine, you show me yours type thing. We should see whose is the biggest, but just have it be that like.
Yeah, like I have the emotion now. I can't get over it.
Blacked Out Productions presents whose student loan debt is the biggest, and then Lindsey Graham's just in the back, just like, oh yeah. As of early 2026, the total student loan debt held by those educated U.S. universities was $1.833 trillion. But guys, we gotta pay for wars. So we have to pay a lot for college, so the government can pay to kill kids. That's how it works. That's how it works in this country.
Yep.
The average public university student borrowing $31,000 to get their degree. That seems pretty insane in a country that's meant to have a robust public education system, in a place where we've been sold the narrative that going to college is a necessary thing to do to get a job. To have to pay that much money and go into that much debt that racks up interest, you know, because like a lot of other nations do student loans. They have student loan debt, but they don't have interest because they don't treat them like financial products in the way we.
There's a lot of stuff we're doing that nowadays. It's really fucking stupid. It's really fucking stupid. And I just want to live long enough to see what comes out on the other end, you know?
You can't like bundle and buy bad student loan debt and trade it. Like, that's weird that we're turning the value of someone's education into a potential financial asset. It's almost like the only thing that's real is the tradable financial asset. It's almost like the only thing that's real is the speculative financial asset, not the real person or their life. Almost. Finally, universities have become key sites in our never-ending culture war. Wow. Shout out Charlie Kirk, which has made campuses hostile places for faculty and students, with the general public increasingly viewing them with suspicion. Even on the list that American university administrators long sought to dominate, U.S. higher education is in decline. Only one U.S. university, Harvard, ranks in the top 10 globally. Among the rest, 8 are Chinese universities, and 1 is Canadian. Man, China's lapping us. Having long sought to destroy the radical and liberal university, the right wing now smells blood. And this has been a big part, you know. See also guys like Christopher Rufo. Sorry, just checked in with the chat.
Hold on, I wanna look something up. You mentioned Christopher Rufo. I have a feeling. Know who he is? Yeah, no. Well, I know what's interesting. It dates back even before then. It dates even back before Christopher Rufo. I don't know if anyone remembers this, but like there was, during the 90s, there was a whole lot of media centered around the idea that people, whenever people would talk about college, they would hyper focus on like sororities that like would party, and then you just got the impression during the early 90s that all people did at universities was like party and smoke weed and like do just all the crazy stuff instead of actually going over there, actually it being like a institute for learning, you know what I'm saying? Drinking beer and being promiscuous, going to parties, and like being, and all on your parents' dime. None of it like I ever actually took it. You know what I'm saying? So it's super weird that he says he mentions Christopher Rufo, but it dates back even before then. People have been crying about university since I was a kid, about the dangers of going to universities, and that cry used to be for people used to ignore that, you know.
That's good. But the university has become a big.
And nowadays, like fresh university graduates, a lot of them can't find jobs, particularly, especially, right? I said particularly, but particularly and especially computer science graduates, right? So yeah.
Big site culture war stuff. That's why absolute pieces of shit like Christopher Rufo and Jordan Peterson and James Lindsay have made that a big target for their attacks. And it's all bullshit. You know, take it from an actual former Marxist college professor. A, there's not some radical Marxist influence in the university. B, do you guys really think like
I'm gonna let him finish, but like even if he mentions that, like a solution to the issue, the issues that I mentioned hasn't exactly presented themselves either. Do you get what I'm saying? It's good to know. We understand like the cause of what's he's mentioning the causes of what's causing such the problems with universities and graduates and whatnot. But at the same time, like a real solution, not just the ones that they're saying, like how universities aren't preparing their students for the real world to get like to work out there in the real world. Which, by the way, I also think it's bullshit. But the problem is you can't do anything about it. You know what I'm saying? At least me personally can't do anything about it. But like a solution hasn't really presented themselves, and no one has presented a solution. If that makes sense. So
I was just converting students to radical revolutionary praxis when they were coming in hungover and listening to me rant about something, and there'd be two that were like, I feel what you're saying, man, and everyone else would just be like, I'm on pills. On January 20th, 2025's first day in office, Donald Trump signed Executive Order 14151, which focused on ending radical and wasteful government DEI programs. On March 20th, he signed Executive Order 14242, which instructed Secretary of Education Linda McMahon, the wrestling lady. I know we've all gotten used to this by now. I know we've just all gotten used to the world we're in, but like maybe like shake your head for a little second. Maybe shake your head for a second. And just think about this. The wrestling lady's in charge of education in this country. The lady whose husband is the guy that's like didn't he do, wait, do you know about wrestling, Evan? Never mind. I'm pretty sure someone in the chat will know this. Wrestling guy's bad, right? Vince McMahon, like bad guy.
Yeah,
bad stuff.
yeah.
And his wife is the lady who's in charge of that. She has no experience in education.
Yeah, we know.
You in this chat are significantly more experienced in education than Linda McMahon.
Yeah, we
She's
know.
in charge of all the thing.
Yep.
Edward, I'm glad we found each other. Thanks for being here, dude. Yeah, Dirk says, I'm exactly the profile Rufo diagnosis, but I've yet to meet another prof who hung out with Weather Underground folks. That's so sick. Shout out, Dirk. But yeah, it's like a made-up caricature to scare people. Beyond these executive orders, the Trump administration eliminated billions of dollars in research grants that the federal government had earmarked for universities, deployed immigration and customs enforcement to seize and arrest numerous student activists. Again, like it's like we have a very short memory. It's not fully our fault because the media cycle operates this way, but we're not that far removed.
I still remember
foreign graduate students who were legally in this country studying getting like disappeared by fucking thugs in black vans because they wrote op-eds for their student papers that were like maybe killing kids is bad, and they just got disappeared and shit for that. That's pretty fucking crazy. Let's see. The Trump administration also demanded that Columbia University place its Middle Eastern, South Asian, and African Studies department under academic receivership. An exchange for federal funding offered 9 universities the opportunity to sign a compact for academic excellence in higher education that promoted the teaching and research of identifiably conservative ideas. The modern American university system, which emerged in the period following World War II and was responsible for educating and uplifting millions of people, has never faced such a concerted assault. And, you know, I haven't pre-read this article because I know Dan, and I know it's going to say stuff that's good. But, you know, it does feel like a bit of a crossroads. I too miss my Uncle Charles, y'all. But I, wonder, like, do we salvage the thing that currently exists, or do we accept the destruction or the erosion of the thing that had existed for the sake of figuring out what the next thing is? I'm genuinely curious what you guys think about that. Is it the case that we, can save this system, or do we just got to do something else? I don't know. Into this breach steps Lee Bollinger, former president of Columbia University, the lawyer renowned for winning Reuter versus Bollinger, the 2003 Supreme Court case upheld the affirmative action administration policy of the university admission law.
I am not answering that question.
School until the court declared affirmative action illegal. He understands U.S. universities are in serious trouble. His new book, University Reckoning, is an attempt to save them. All the book contains numerous compelling ideas, it's limited by its author's faith in a liberal center that no longer exists. I have not read this book. I have a couple books right now on my list to read about the fate of the university. But let's see what Danny B has to say about this. Bollinger wrote University Reckoning because he was aghast at the feeble way that universities have responded to the Trump administration's assaults. And it's been bad. Like the Trump administration has come real hard at universities, and universities have been soft as fuck. They've been scared. They've been very, very scared. There has not been a lot of backbone utilized by people in these institutions. He was especially disappointed by Columbia.
I mean, universities aren't equipped to take on the government, right? Universities historically have worked alongside the government. They're supposed to be partners, right? Because whatever is good that happens to the university benefits the country as a whole. So to see the government turn its back and look at the university as a problem, and even as an enemy, is really like, you want to talk about an attack on anti-intellectualism. That's peak. Like harming universities is peak attacking anti-intellectualism. Sorry, peak attacking intellectualism. So, or is it peak anti-intellectualism? There we go. I like that. I like the sound of that better.
So he hopes University Reckoning will provide the intellectual basis on which the managers of higher education can confront the crisis and reimagine who we are now and for the future. Bollinger, the author of the book, argues that to preserve and advance human knowledge about the human condition, about life, and about the natural world, and to pass human knowledge and the capacities to pursue it on to succeeding generations. That's the purpose. That sounds fair. I maybe add a couple things, but I think that's pretty good. Already with this statement, the fundamental problems with Bollinger's rescue mission begin to emerge. His identification of higher education with the modern research university ignores the millions of students who attend non-research institutions such as community colleges and two-year colleges. It's very real because, again, like most people that go to school or that participate in higher education don't need to be carrying out high-level research. And here's the real secret. Most university professors don't need to be doing research or don't need to be primarily thinking of themselves as researchers. Here's what I mean by that. The university's primary goal should be teaching people, and a lot of emphasis is put on research such that there's times where, I'll give you an example. I'm more of like a teaching guy. I liked teaching a lot when I was a professor, and I thought that was maybe more important than overemphasizing the research that didn't need to happen. I maybe had like a good paper a year in me, but there's an emphasis in the system for faculty to publish way more than I think they should, often publishing things that nobody reads anyways, and more emphasis is put on that than educating the human beings that are there. Furthermore, this framing ignores the degree to which the university system has become a credentialing mechanism geared towards producing workers for the American market. And that's very true. You know, ideological state apparatuses, things of that nature. I think the university in many ways has become that. It's like a job training program. When you, and I don't begrudge young people for this, but I think there's a lot of people, if you ask them, why do you go to college? Because you got to go to college to get a job. You don't really. And at its most rarefied levels, reproducing the extant and increasingly oligarchical class structure. Because yeah, Ivy League universities are involved in a certain type of class ideology and even aesthetic reproduction. Higher level universities are kind of saying like, this is how we do things. This is how I've always done things. This is how this class operates, and we're going to keep that thing going. In the contemporary United States, wealth inequality is the worst it's been in over a century, according to a recent report by Oxfam. The richest 0.0001% control a greater share of wealth than in the Gilded Age. The report also notes between 1989 and 2022, the increase in wealth of a household at the top 1% cutoff was 101 times bigger than the increase in wealth for the median household, and 987 times bigger than the increase in wealth of the household at the 20th percent. I mean, and many of us can think about this. Like, do you make a lot more money than your parents did? Do you make more money than your parents did? Do you make less? I would say at this point in life, a majority of the people I know are downwardly mobile, have not seen a radical increase in wealth, and I think especially relative to inflation, have seen a decrease in that. So think about that for yourself, while at the same time the richest people have wealth that's expanding hundreds of times, almost 1,000 times more than that. It is no exaggeration to say that the United States is now ruled by an oligarchy. And of course, one of the questions here, right, is the role of the university to perpetuate and reinforce the existing oligarchy, or is the point of the university to train students to fundamentally question and undermine the existence of an oligarchic system as such? I'll say that again. Is the point of the university to perpetuate, reinforce, and support the existing oligarchy, or is the point of the university to think critically about how to undermine an oligarchic system as such? I don't know.
I think it's neither, actually. The point of the university is just to educate the people that it serves. Now, if they want to turn around and do either the things that he mentioned, by all means, because that's great. But, to his point about, the university not being a jobs training program, which I understand where he's coming from. I understand the original intent of a university. I think in the long run, also, if the university didn't, on some level, train people to prepare them for the future, then that would also hurt. I think in the long run, it would also hurt the country as a whole. Yeah, but I digress.
What do I know? Though elite colleges profess a faith in meritocracy and insist that the engines of class mobility, they are the engines of class mobility. And again, let's just think about it. And you can think anecdotally here.
I don't think the university should lose its role as a means to, and the university doesn't really do that. Again, it goes back to the art history example that I gave earlier. If you want to be an art history major, be an art history major. But a lot of people will look at that and scoff, and that's how STEM lords came about. You know what I'm saying? STEM lords. The term STEM lords stems from the fact that it's a bunch of people that emphasize that that you should only study STEM at a university, and if you're not studying STEM, then you're pretty much, they have this attitude that you're pretty much useless. And it's no, we also need people that know philosophy and art and all this other shit that's important to the human experience. But oh god,
universities engines of class mobility, or are universities
I understand what he's saying, but I also think universities not having some investment in preparing its students to prepare them for a job they're eventually going to have, not giving the university that task is a mistake. And we have to be careful that we're not losing the plot. The university still needs to do what it needs to do.
Training people for membership of the class into which they already belong. You know what I mean? Do you, for every one student who gets a scholarship from a tough neighborhood to go to Columbia or Harvard, how many other students at that university had parents that went there or went to a private school, or a certain percentage of students go there, right? There's pipelines for these things.
So we have to be careful and not fall into the trap that only people that will go to Harvard should be able to attain maximum job security. Do you get what I'm saying? At the very least, that's a very common thing I hear people say or do. And it's just like, oh, so you didn't go to Harvard, that means you're not guaranteed anything. It's like, no, you can go to all types of universities, and you should still be able to secure some type of means to a future, even if it's something as simple as art history. You're still like using art history as an example. I need to stop doing that. Even if you study foreign languages, right, or even if you're a philosophy major, right, even if you're like you should be able to like you're smart, right, and you should be able to get secure employment. It doesn't have to be parallel to what you studied, but it still has to it should still you should really utilize your chops when you took whatever thing that you took, you know.
A recent study by economists Raj Chetty, David Deming, and John Friedman revealed that children from families in the top 1% are more than twice as likely to attend an Ivy Plus college as those from middle-class families with comparable SAT, ACT scores. No shit. As the Harvard Crimson likewise did some years ago, 26% of members of the class of 2025 who answered a question about parental income in the Crimson's annual freshman survey, shout out to Rory Gilmore. Oh no, she didn't write for the Crimson because she went to Yale instead. She was supposed to go to Harvard and she went to Yale. Sorry guys, I haven't rewatched Gilmore Girls in a while. They took it off Netflix. Said their families make $250,000.
I've never watched it.
Earnings higher than 94% of American households. So over a quarter of the students who responded have families that make over $250,000 per year. You know, that's the vibe we're in. That's the world we're in. If Bollinger hopes to engender a consensus in favor of research universities, it's unlikely to be built.
That's the trap that I keep mentioning. We keep falling for that trap. It shouldn't only be the privileged and well and financially endowed.
Without the support of many Americans who attend two-year and non-research institutions and who rightly understand elite colleges as gatekeepers of class privilege. If I can understand one of the things that it seems like Daniel Besser's getting at here is that a lot of the rhetoric on saving the university comes from people like this Bollinger for Columbine guy, about what a lot of this rhetoric comes from people who want to restore and renew the classical Ivy League system, whatever, which is a system. And again, a lot of smart people come out of that world. I'm sure at least one of you is an Ivy League person. Shout out to you. But if we only emphasize those institutions, that small number of institutions, largely attended by the children of wealth and privilege, without putting even more emphasis on two-year universities, public universities, non-research institutions, we're still kind of fucking everyone over because it implicitly treats those other places like less than job training programs and treats, you know, the ivory tower of the Ivy League as almost like a spiritual thing. It's like the Vatican City, this place that even if you don't get to go to an Ivy League school, it existing is good for you.
And by the way, doesn't Ivy League colleges have problems with their own in terms of like Harvard, which is always mentioned as peak Ivy League? Don't they have problems of their own?
Then it produces the Zuckerbergs of the world or whatever. Eddie taught at an Ivy. Hell yeah, you did. But would never be able to get in there. No one good would. I mean, I know good people who have, but you know what I'm saying. And two, I hope that in sort of go away ad, in talking about this, and I don't want to project onto what Bessner is saying in the piece. I hope that we don't, miss the forest for the trees by focusing on the individual morality of wealthy students and their families. The problem isn't that those rich kids go to Harvard and Brown and Penn. The problem is that we live in a system where structural conditions are set up where that's how things are meant to happen, or that's how things are meant to go, and where anything else is an exception. Even when it comes to the research university,
I just find it funny that America is always talking about being the land of the free and everybody, trying to aspire everybody to be equal, but we just seem to have a hard-on for wanting to keep inequalities in place.
Bollinger's understanding is woefully out of date. For instance, he insists that it is expected of a professor that their scholarship must be made fully available to the public. Do I think that it is important to have public intellectuals? Yes, I do. Do I think I need to understand what like the research professor of physics at Cal Polytechnic is doing? No, I don't need to understand that. You know what I mean? Like, should my mom should she be privy to the scholarship of a local scholar of, you know, gender aesthetics in postmodern art? No. She just wants to watch the Today Show. However, as anyone who isn't employed by or enrolled at a university is aware, most scholarly material is not available to the public. Like most scholarly material, and this happens to me regularly where I'm researching for videos on the YouTube channel. Hi, I'm Michael Burns. Welcome to youtube.com. You know, is behind paywalls. And if you haven't experienced this before, you might be shocked to know that sometimes you're like, oh, there's this article in this sociology journal from 10 years ago that's 10 pages long. I really would love to read this. Oh, if I don't have institutional access, I can pay $50 for a PDF of it. Also, in case you're ever in that situation, just email the academic. They'll almost always just send you the thing because they think that's a stupid system as well. Some of those who have tried to skirt these paywalls have suffered serious penalties. The activist Aaron Schwartz was hounded by the government for downloading and making available
Yeah, I remember that.
articles from JSTOR, one of the number of groups that belong to an oligopolistic infrastructure.
Jesus Christ, I can't even remember that. There was a kid by the name of Aaron Schwartz who I think, let me just pull him up real quick so I don't fuck this up. Yeah, he was a co-owner of Reddit back when Reddit was. Anyways, I don't want to go into that. Like he had, yeah, he broke into, yeah. I'll read you the Wikipedia article. On January 6, 2011, Schwartz was arrested by Massachusetts Institute of Technology Police on state breaking and entering charges after connecting a computer to the MIT network in an unmarked and unlocked closet and setting it to download academic journals from JSTOR using a guest user account issued to him by MIT. Federal prosecutors led by Carmen Ortiz charged him with 2 counts of wire fraud and 11 violations of the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, carrying a cumulative maximum penalty of 1 million fines, 35 years in prison, asset forfeiture, restitution, and supervised release. Schwartz denied a plea bargain under which he would have served 6 months in federal prison. 2 days after the prosecution rejected a counter record by Schwartz, he was found dead in his Brooklyn apartment. Yeah, exactly. In 2013, Schwartz was inducted posthumously into the Internet Hall of Fame. Like, that's a thing that happened based on, like, how the university academic journal system works, you know? I can't believe you brought that up.
Model relies on the free labor of scholars. Like, and for example,
just a brief history, just obscure history. I'm certain that people nowadays don't even remember that shit anymore, but I remember it.
The academic system works.
That was crazy.
You know, if you ever looked up a book by a scholar, and you're like, I would like to read their book, and you're like, I cannot afford to read that book. It's probably because it's priced at a level where the point isn't the reader or the consumer. The point is that a library buys it with an institutional library fund, and the publishers price things as high as they possibly can, knowing that a library has the money to pay it. So when the book sits in a library, the point isn't that like you get to see it. The point isn't that like this knowledge is a part of our public collection of intellect. Not at all. You know, the point is that these things are all feeding a larger ecosystem. You know, like I wrote an academic book and put like a lot of work into it, and I made less money off of the academic book that I wrote than I do like a low performing YouTube video. It's not to say that I make tons of money
That's crazy.
off a YouTube video. It's to say that it's like an exploitative system because the academic publishing system looks at someone and like, oh, look at this guy, look at this bald guy. Actually, I wasn't fully bald when my book came out, so look at this thinning hairline guy. We can just make him write a whole book for us, pay him basically nothing because he needs that book so that when he applies for jobs or fellowships, he can say, but I have a book. So for almost nothing, they're getting a piece of like intellectual property or content that they get to make money off and own the rights to, while for the person like me or the academic, you kind of get nothing other than like, hey guys, I wrote a book, or like, oh, here's, I got 10 free copies or something. It's a really fucked up system. Most galling for a history PhD like myself, not like myself, like Daniel Bessner, the article of this. And I think Dan Bessner has a new book out, by the way, so I'd recommend checking that out. Also, Dan's the host of the podcast American Prestige. I'm sure many of you, some of you listen to it. It's really good if you're into history and political science. Most galling for a history PhD like myself, the author, he makes only passing reference to the jobs crisis that has beset so many disciplines within the humanities and social sciences. In his vision, everyone is either tenured or tenure track, working on behalf of advancing public knowledge, an untenable position in an environment in which a tenure track researcher is more than an exception to the rule. And I think this is another important, like the people that are writing about how to solve the university crisis are often people that are writing from the top of the mountain. You know, these aren't people that are thinking about the university as a workplace where there are workers and workers who organize and students who are also there and have rights and are workers. Like, it's thinking about this ideal thing and not the actual material and social conditions that go into the making up of the university. A lot of these books, and I've not read the book that Danny's talking about here, but I will try to check it out. Most of these books don't have sections where it's like, oh, and here's the anecdotes of adjunct professors that have to live in their cars sometimes and are donating blood plasma or doing whatever type of odd job they find on Craigslist to make some money in the meantime. Like, and I'm going to say an anecdote, and this isn't an anecdote. I'm so afraid of getting canceled. I'll say this because I don't want to make this sound like I mean it in a shameful way. But I have met and know of people who like had PhDs, academic careers, all that, who just like ended up going into sex work because it paid better and gave them more time to like read and do other stuff. Bollinger.
Dang. You know what's funny? That's all.
Decades been ensconced in the hyper elite universities that were able to shield themselves from the degradation of the higher education system as a whole. And this is important to remember. It's important to remember because universities, like the ones we think of, like the ones that are in the news, like Columbia, Penn, yada yada yada, they're not normal. Those aren't how most universities work. Most universities have names like, you know, the University of Northwestern Indiana, the University of South Florida, Wyoming State University, Fresno State University, State University of New York, Binghamton. Let me think of.
The funny thing is, all those universities that he's mentioning, I'm gonna finish. All those universities that I mentioned are, you know, just as good universities as, well, not just as good universities. I mean, there is something to being privately university, but you know, you'll still get something if you go to those other universities. You know, people make a big deal out of going to Harvard or Penn or Brown, and those are all great. Nobody's, you know, debating whether or not, you know, those nobody will argue that those are not good universities. But if you went to Fresno State University to study something, you know, you're fine. That's fine.
Another one, University of Kentucky. That's a thing. You know, I bet there's something called the North.
It's almost like if you don't go to Ivy League University, you're pleb. And it is just like, what are we doing?
Birmingham Technical College, Valencia Community College. You know, these are where most people are going. Oh man, Sean's getting me canceled. It happened.
Yeah. To his point. Yeah, those people aren't usually going to an Ivy League school.
It happens. Logan Coggins may or may not, and I just want to note here, may or may not follow multiple PhDs on the gram that do OnlyFans. Learning about dinosaurs from a woman in bikini was not in my life plan. Learning about dinosaurs from a woman in bikini was not my life plan. Learning about dinosaurs from a woman in bikini was not my life plan. This is the best comment ever. I may or may not follow multiple PhDs on the gram that do OF. Learning about dinosaurs from a woman in bikini was not my life plan. That's a sick comment. Comment of the day thus far. Until recently, I didn't realize when people say OF, they meant OnlyFans, because I'm so old now that I see someone say OF and I'm like, oh, they're talking about Odd Future? Are we still thinking about like the early days? Are we like, you know, talking like Sid the Kid? You know, are we talking about like when Jasper was still rapping? when Frank Ocean was still in the gang? Is that what we're talking about? No, we're talking about OnlyFans. He imagines a university, this is back to Bollinger, not the digital OF pimps. He imagines a university defined by gatherings in the faculty commons, workshops over drafts, formal lectures to attend, and shared social events. This world doesn't exist. Indeed, it can't exist in a context in which the disciplines are failing to reproduce themselves. And this is one, too, where like I both have systemic critiques of the function of the university. I have economic critiques of the model of the university. But I also think a lot of academics do a bad job of communicating their ideas. You know, there's been points in life where I was more snobby when people were like, so-and-so is so hard to read, it's so obscure, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, put your head down and do the work. But also, I don't know, is an idea that good if it can't be communicated somewhat clearly? I don't know. And it also seems like a lot of academics aren't interested in communicating clearly. Let's do a Michael talk shit moment. I'm not going to name names, but there have been a few academics who have refused to come on this program to talk to you and me, or have refused an invitation to come and do a Burns Theory seminar over on the Patreon. And then I've seen those same people pop up on these shitty podcasts that no one listens to because it has like a boring, like academic tinge to it. Like these are people where I'm like, hey, I think your work's really interesting. Do you want to come talk to me and my audience, like potentially hundreds of thousands of people who really care about this stuff? And like, we might not all be fancy scholars like you, but we care about ideas. And like, I know that you all read books and you buy books, like all this sort of shit. And some of these academic fucks are just like, no. And then they go on the dumbest shit ever. I'm not going to name names. There's a name I want to name. I'm not going to name now. If you remember this anecdote, catch me on a day where I'm just like really going for it and I'll say the name, but I'm not going to say the name now. I almost just said it. In the past, even when a wider public audience was often presented for
I really wanted to
accessing
say
those
it.
scholarly production, professors could assume there would at least be an academic audience for their work. It might have been small, but there was a promise it would continue to exist. Today, that promise has dissipated, which naturally affects how scholars approach their research. Yeah, it's not for nothing that a prominent scholar recently joked that to me, podcasts are the new journal articles. Weird.
No, they're not.
I mean,
Nobody.
the problem, too, is for a lot of people,
Listen.
they do go...
Listen. The YouTube video or podcast is not on the same. It's not nearly on the same plane as a podcast. Let's get something clear. It's not the same thing. Come on. That's like, I get what he's saying. I get what he's saying. I get what they're saying. But
go to platforms.
Let's put some respect on some journal articles. I still have respect for the academic journal,
like podcasts,
Come on
to learn things or to engage with academic or higher.
I mean, I understand what he's saying. I understand. I get it. It's just, I don't think he's entirely wrong. I just don't think he's entirely right either.
Level ideas.
Let's take it easy.
One advantage of the university, and an area where I'm still kind of, I don't want to say snobby is the right word, because there are people who I am friends with, whose YouTube channels I watch, whose podcasts I listen to, who are not like formally educated or formally trained in philosophy or theory, who I think are absolutely brilliant. There's others on this platform especially who I think are absolute charlatans and idiots who are trying to trick you. And sometimes I'm like, sometimes I just am reminded, like, I think it's good. This is going to be a little bit up my own ass. I think it's good that people like myself and people like Jared Henderson, people like Dr. Fatima, people like Ellie and David from Overthink, like Gil and the crew from What's Left of Philosophy, that there are a good amount of people making podcasts and YouTube videos that do have a level of institutional verifiability, where it doesn't mean that they're right, but if someone has managed to go through graduate school and get a PhD and is taught at a college, has published academic articles, they're at least not like a true fucking scammer idiot. And a lot of people on the internet are true fucking scammer idiots. So I do think there's still an advantage of a level of that. And there's a risk that happens when the medium, because for example, like I could make a YouTube video about a philosophical idea in the context of a cultural phenomenon. Another person could make a video that looks exactly the same, right? But let's say like a scholar can write an academic
I'm looking up the Overthink thing that he mentions right now. Actually,
article. A scammer in most cases couldn't fake that funk. You know what I mean? So it creates a weird system. I'll say more about this another time. That Bollinger does not reckon with the reality of what it means to be an academic in the mid-2020s underlies a key feature of his work. And before I read the last part of that line, I'll say, like, this is a big thing in general. Like, do we think that academic research is important and fundamental to society? Do we think that art is a fundamental aspect of society and being human? Do we think that scientific research that doesn't have military aims is worthwhile? Do we think medical research that's not tied directly to pharmaceutical companies is worthwhile? Do we think that? You know, I don't know. I think it is important. Like, I think it's really important that in society we have a space for people to just like read books a lot and get heavy in the sauce and share with the rest of us. I think it's important that we have places in society where someone could become like a movie freak and learn how to make really good movies. And someone else can be a music freak. Like, these things are important. I don't know why I'm calling everyone freaks today. I'm sorry. That's a fundamental question we have to ask ourselves. Or is it the case
I agree.
that we think that society is fundamentally about efficiency, productivity, and profit maximization and ROI? And in that case, is AI all we really need? Because, and there's a couple videos coming out on this channel soon. Also, like the stream if you haven't, subscribe to the channel, all that stuff. But, you know, a lot of the people selling us the tech shit now, they want to argue that, like, we don't need the university, we don't need professors, we don't need original scholarship and research, we don't need creativity and art and messiness and humanity. We need efficient mechanisms to deliver information to us like fuel that goes directly into our brains.
It's like the best thing he
Alex,
said.
You're like not the first person that says I should talk to Justin Sledge. I don't know, Justin. I haven't really.
And he's right. I feel like that is the end goal game. I feel like that's at the heart of the end game, and I can't stand it.
Watch the channel. Someone sent me a video of his, but yeah, a lot of people say he's cool. Let me shout out Quinn, by the way, who's in the chat talking about art right now. I don't have them in the studio yet, but Quinn came to the Chicago screening of Leave a Comment last week. It was awesome to meet him. And anyone else who's at that screening, some of the people from the community were there. I hope you know how much it means to me to meet you guys in person. And Quinn, who's a real person, I've met him, brought me some prints that he made. Brilliant artist, by the way. Brilliant artist. So thank you for that. And thank you for your comments and participation here. We need weirdos on the edge. We need edging weirdos. Wait, no. That Bollinger does not reckon with the reality of what it means to be an academic.
You realize what he said.
In the mid-2020s, underlines a key feature of his work. While he has much to say about the glories of scholarship, he's ultimately not interested in the people who produce it. And again, this is that kind of like liberal abstraction that we can talk about scholarship, we can talk about art, we can talk about teaching.
Stop laughing.
Without talking about the human teachers who are workers, who are a part of doing those things, right? That's one of the magical illusions of the neoliberal mindset, is that like, everything like magically exists as a spiritual entity handed down from Zeus or God. You guys following Zeus's law? You got it, or the sea people are going to get you. Rather than acknowledging that like the people who produce scholarship have to go to the doctor and eat food and often drive to multiple campuses or take buses around town, and they need homes and they have families, and there's a baseline of material conditions that need to exist for them to make stuff. There's kind of a video I've thought about making. It's like why money is good, actually. That kind of gets into some of this, but I think it might be too spicy for you guys. This is a serious problem for his program, because at the end of the day, universities are above all else's workplaces. Universities are workplaces. If you are a university educator, I hope that you're a part of a union. If you are a grad student, I hope you're a part of a union. And if you are a student, I hope you recognize that your favorite teacher, your favorite faculty member is a worker that does a job. I remember telling students that I had how much money I made for teaching their classes, and they were shocked. I was teaching at a university where I think the average tuition was like $40,000 a year. And they were like, wait, how much do you get paid for this class? And I was like, $2,700 for a semester to teach for 30 students. And they were just like, if the 30 of us take 4 classes a semester, we're all paying $40,000.
How long is this video? Oh my god, I just realized this video is like an hour long. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's still a good video though.
Like, this seems weird. Where's the money going, dog? And again, it's because, you know that thing that happens when you're a kid and you see your teacher at the grocery store and you're like, this is insane. She's not supposed to exist outside there. We see the teacher as some, you know, spiritual force or something that's not just a working person, but they're just working people. This happened to me when I saw one of my middle school teachers over summer break working at Blockbuster. And I was like, why you gotta work at Blockbuster, dog? You just like movies a lot? And it was like, no, because I don't get paid shit to teach you. That sucks. He did get free rent.
That's crazy.
Porn movies. I'm just kidding. A middle school teacher from Florida did not hook me up with porn movies from Blockbuster.
You can't even. I don't think you can rent porn at Blockbuster anyways. It's like a rule. It's funny though. But there were video stores that gave out rentals where you would. Oh, funny thing to mention. Before there was Blockbuster, they were just stores that let you rent out movies, and then Blockbuster came along and you know, ate up all the mom and pop rental stores, and then yeah, but like in those regular mom and pop stores, you could rent porn movies. Not that I did that. I was too young. I was way too young, but I knew.
We did have in the back of the Blockbuster the red curtain where you could like go in there and see those sort of movies that Lindsey Graham is in. The most innovative part of University Reckoning, before I keep reading, by the way, just a reminder, if you want to join this community at a more formal level and get initiated into a cult, go to burnstheory.com. If you are not on the free Patreon, at least do that for me. When you join the free Patreon, you get, like, for example, I emailed today, and everyone who's on the free Patreon and the paid Patreon, they know when I'm streaming. They know when videos come out. You can't rely on the algorithm. You know how many comments I get that are like, I'm a subscriber and watch all your things. Why did this video not show up for me? It happens a lot. So I would simply say, consider that. If you want to toss in, if you just want to throw money in the tip jar, if you want to treat me like a busker, rest in peace, Glenn Hansard. There's a $3 level on the Patreon, the Burns Theory thing, where you just throw some money in the hat. And then above that, we get a lot. You get stuff. You get videos early, office hours, Patreon stream. There's a $3 level on the Patreon.
He called himself a busker. I don't know what that is.
Just throw some money in the hat, and then above that, we get a lot. You get stuff. You get videos early, office hours, Patreon streams, and I will say we are officially starting. See, Dirk's here because of the email. We can't rely on algorithms. I'm serious. You can't rely on algorithms.
A street performer.
I'll talk to Evan. We'll figure out the exact date it's going to start. I'm finally doing what a lot of you have asked for.
I feel like every single street performer, every single street performer should just like set up a Twitch account and like stream on Twitch. Every single one that's ever existed, even if you're an amateur, because at least you'll make money. That's how I feel.
People have recommended and all this sort of stuff. Hey, happy birthday! Someone just said it's their birthday. Whose birthday is it? Hey, Mikey Mescal turned 30. That's great. Algorithms, yes. We're doing the full book club thing. We're not doing the like reading group thing. We're not doing the like Michael posts some random articles. We're doing this straight up. We're going to take a few months this fall. We have a curriculum. We're finally doing it. Official book group for Immediacy or the Style of Too-Late Capitalism by Anna Kornbluth. Many of you have gotten this book and read it. Many of you have told me I loved it. I didn't understand parts about it. I need to know this. I need to know that, etc. I think it's one of those important books written recently. It applies to a lot of stuff. Anna is going to come. I'm 99% sure she'll come to at least a couple sessions and talk with us about her book. I got to, not to like speak on my personal life, but Anna did blue sky this, so it's real. We hung out in person a couple weeks ago because we were both in Michigan at the same time. So I got to like hang out with one of my favorite scholars. And in case you guys, I'll just tell you this, she's cool as hell. Dude, this is a cool fucking person. We talk about academics who are just like cool and real and care about shit. This is one of them. So the official Burns After Reading book club is going to start. We're going to read this book together. Right now, if you want to get this book, get it however you want. There's a link on my reading list. If you go to Verso Books and use the code LeftRowRecords, you get 30% off. I might be getting us another code to make it even cheaper. So if money is tight, like just hold off. So hopefully I have a code for you. But we're going to start, I'd say, in like 3 to 4 weeks. We're going to take it slowly. Because let me see, how many chapters do we have in this book? Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chapters. So we'll do 7 different like sessions on this, probably with an intro session and then a sort of like we're done now session. If you are someone that thinks Patreon's weird and you're a snob and you like Substack, I'm going to set up a Substack for the book club as well. But I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be a better version of what we've been doing. And the new goal is going to be to read 3 to 4 books a year in this community. And I'm going to try to emphasize books where like we can talk to the author and meet with them as well, because I want you guys to be able to ask them questions. And I think many of you were there when Anna came and did a guest lecture and really enjoyed it. That was a really fun time. Eddie, I do not consider myself an academic scholar. I'd say I consider myself like a cultural or critical theorist now, because I take academic ideas and I apply them to stuff. If you want to join the book club, I should have put this somewhere. Just go to burnstheory.com. That's the Patreon. There's also information in the description. But yeah, so that's going to be one of the main perks going forward of being on the Patreon. So screw college, join that. The most innovative part, back to the article by Danny Bessner, the most innovative part of University of Reckoning is not Bollinger's analysis of the current state of the American university, but his legal arguments about how to protect the university from state interference. Liberals love the law. To understand this position, is it okay if I drink a sparkling water, guys? You're going to hear pop for a second. It's not a gunshot. To understand Bollinger's position, one must run through a potted history of the First
I think the privileged love the law, but it works for them.
First Amendment, which he ably provides. Dude, fellas love the First Amendment. I spilled on myself like a fucking child. The Supreme Court started hearing First Amendment cases only in 1919 when numerous radicals, including the Socialist Party leader and presidential candidate Eugene Debs, were prosecuted under the Espionage and Sedition Acts of 1917 and 18. Oh boy. I'm just going to skip ahead here. Well, there are many moments in the 20th century when freedom of speech wasn't respected. He contends that Holmes' pro-free speech perspective carried the day. This is true even in situations that offended many Americans, like when the Supreme Court ruled it was legal for the Ku Klux Klan members in Ohio to wield weapons and threaten blacks and Jews so long as the Klan's speech wasn't directed at inciting imminent lawless action. That's why I kind of like hate freedom of speech sometimes. I'm just like, we should be able to like beat up Nazis. Bollinger cites another case that he argues also has relevance for protecting universities. This is one from Alabama. After hearing this case, the Supreme Court ruled that the Times had not committed any violation because the Constitution assumed that the sovereignty resided with the citizenry and not with the government itself. I realize I never shared the link to this article. I'll do that now. But as always, over on the other channel, it'll be there. Oh, hell yeah, Dirkster. Oh, let me give you the Verso code. And guys, like, just... Wait, is it left row 30? I think that's it. Let me search my email to make sure that's it. But guys, save that code. If you ever buy books from Verso, left row 30, yes. So if you use left row 30, you're going to get 30% off. 30% off all books on Verso Publishing. Yeah, left row 30. But get,
I've never heard of these people.
Do it now. Also, get any book you want from Verso. They rip. They're good people. Bollinger's case for the university is essentially a functionalist one. That universities should be protected from government intrusion because they serve a crucial moderating function in a society defined by very permissive First Amendment jurisprudence. There are several significant problems with this argument. For starters, the First Amendment has nothing to say about higher education. Therefore, yeah, and that's the thing. Like the First Amendment, like speech and education are different things, you know? The legal ruling that lets Nazis and KKK guys do KKK stuff is different than the ruling that should let you read books. Second, the labor of journalists and academics are in practice quite dissimilar. Very true. In an ideal world, journalists check government and private power through the rapid and timely exposure of information. Academics engage in years-long research projects that are concerned with expanding our knowledge. Such work might check state and corporate power, but that's not the primary function, nor should it be. Again, that's a very good point. Bollinger's program embodies the liberal faith in expertise. Like many liberals, Bollinger assumes that the correct ideas, developed, articulated, and promoted by an educated elite, cum expert class, I know it's cum, it's just funny to say it like that, can impel and preserve good governance. In an ahistorical perspective that refuses to take seriously the many failures of expertise that have shaped the 20th and 21st centuries. After all, it was the experts who advanced the arguments that brought us deregulation, financialization, and endless war. Many Americans have thus lost.
Why isn't it's a deregulation, financialization, and endless war? And one more thing that should be added to that list is I have to remember what it's called. Eugenics. There you go. There you go. Eugenics. And whenever everybody forgets eugenics. Deregulation, privatization, endless war, and eugenics.
Loss faced in the experts. To paraphrase Anton Chigurh, if the experts we followed brought us here, of what use were the experts? This comes up in some stuff we're working on.
I mean, everybody makes mistakes, even the experts. So it's not like this argument is used to like basically throw the experts under the bus. We should still trust the experts, you know, especially now.
And I was thinking about this, and I was reading some Paulo Freire yesterday or the day before when we we're getting ready for a video that we're doing, and you know, part of the reminder there is that academics or experts in general, a lot of times expertise involves people that are in a room. Like, think about it this way: the Chicago School economist guys, the guys that did the coup in Chile, right? These are some absolute geeked out fucks in some room in Hyde Park being like, oh, economically, this is how neoliberalism, blah, 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 blah. Come on, all these ideas, right? Just a bunch of fucking geeked out tards in this little room just being total fucks. Now, these little turds, I think I said tard before and I meant turd. So just to be clear, I'm really sorry. I think it sounded like I was R-worring and I meant to say turd. I'm sorry. I don't want to offend anyone in the turd community. But these...
I mean, like, I've made my share of mistakes, especially on stream, so...
freaky little guys doing their little... They then facilitate fucking Pinochet and a bunch of freaks in Chile just, like, beheading dissenters and doing full-scale authoritarian fascism and creating death squads, right? Because the experts have their little ideas in their little room. That's why, like, you know, we need to be really careful about the value we put on an expertise that's disconnected from materiality. It's almost like I want to talk about dialectics right now. It's almost like I want to talk about the dialectical relationship between theory and practice, but I won't. I'll save you that. This leads to a fundamental problem with the book. He premises the book on defending a liberal center. Yeah, that's not it, dog. A center defined by its belief that a college-educated elite should make the most consequential political, economic, and social decisions. I mean, again, even thinking about the election from yesterday in Wisconsin, for me, and again, I'm not a Wisconsin voter, but it's lost its legitimacy. Bollinger might be among the most unsuitable people to offer defense of the university in the present moment. The example I was about to make before I got distracted is in the Wisconsin election. For me, a reason to be excited about someone like Francesca Hong isn't that Hong, who went to this university and studied this thing, it's that she's an actual working person. She's a parent in this country. She is, you know, owned restaurants and been a cook. Like, she's someone who is like really living life. In the same way, I think a thing we'll see in 2028 when AOC, who's now single, don't be weird about it. Don't.
I'm not being weird about it, but also, like, it's weird that, like, she's like a regular worker, and then after she said the thing about Thanksgiving, that suddenly she's so radical. And it's just like, oh God.
Be weird about it. But AOC, who's now single, when she runs in 2028, there's going to be some like technocratic people. There'll be like Buttigieg's on the left, and then like right-wing people as well, to try to hate on her because she didn't work at McKinsey or didn't get a law degree from Harvard or whatever. But in my mind, her being able to say, yeah, I like made margaritas and I worked in restaurants, and like that's way more important to me because that's someone who's way more connected to the material reality of real people, and that's more like the person I would want representing me, not some fucking McKinsey freak who modified bread prices.
I agree with that.
And this is where Bollinger gets it from Bessner. During his 21 years as president of Columbia, Bollinger witnessed multiple graduate student strikes, one of which was...
It's really crazy how Michael Burns can make an article from The Nation? It's from The Nation. Interesting.
Caused by his administration's unwillingness to recognize their union workers.
That's a skill.
It seems don't occupy much space in his imagination. There's like a liberal fantasy as well, and part of the liberal fantasy of expertise is almost the degradation of the category of worker. Like, it's not good to be a worker. It's good to be a scholar, an artist, an academic, whatever. But when you do that, when you abstract that far, you become this idealized thing disconnected from the materiality of you being a worker under capitalism, someone who must work to get a wage to not die. You know what I'm saying? So I think that we see that disconnect here, and people might think that it's like degrading or sort of demystifying to reduce it to that, but that's what it is. Academics are working people participating in a system. In recent years, administrators at Harvard, Brown, Penn, and elsewhere have shown significant unwillingness to recognize, bargain with, or offer concessions to the workers attempting to unionize their workplaces. Administrators' hostility to unionization is unfortunate because if faculty and graduate students don't organize with one another and with staff across campus, and again, too, if you're faculty at a university and your grad students or your support staff or the cleaning staff or whoever is unionizing and you're not a part of that, if you're not in solidarity with them, I'm going to come to your house and say, stop it. I'm not going to hit you. I'll just say, I'll wait till you're sleeping and I'll cut a hole in your wall and I'll put 100 wasps in and I'll duct tape everything shut.
Good Lord.
That
what the fuck?
One only
Yeah,
wishes
no,
that
right?
when you had the power to do so, it aided instead of impeded the workers who made the university what it is. They, after all, the people on whom any defense, let alone a remaking of the university, will rely. This is a great essay. Again, I'll go back to the top so you can see it. Oh, the internet wants me to buy dick pills. Oh, they're switching ads now? Okay. Yeah, it's called The Fifth Estate by Daniel Bessner. It's from The Nation. A review essay that also gets into the state of the universe. Hey, thanks for watching this. In case you didn't know, I have a main channel where I post video essays and stuff like that. It's just called Michael Burns. There's a link. Would love for you to check that out. If you want to support the channel more, I have a Patreon. You can also hit up either of my beverage partners. There's Yes Please Coffee, who make the best if you ever PM, now you can. Now it's over. See you guys for the next one.
That's the whole video? I didn't realize that was the whole video. Anyways, while I was listening to that, I was doing some research on something that I saw. Really good video by him, though. Okay, let's go on to the next thing. Gosh. Oh, okay. So this next one, I almost held back on showing it on stream, but then while I was watching it, a little factoid came up that I thought it was just so funny to share. It might not be entirely truthful, but I think I'm onto something when I mention it, and I just wanted to get a chance to do this. So now I have to share it on stream.
Welcome back. This is the final installment of the Lost Episode series. I'm Adam Friedland. This is the Adam Friedland Show. Next week... What's that? Do you feel that, guys? Did you feel... I think that we're having an earthquake. Oh my word, I think we're having an earthquake. Guess what? It may feel like an earthquake, but it's not. It's season 3 of the Adam Friedland Show, which is coming out next Wednesday. Guys, give it up for that. We have pre-recorded probably 12 episodes so far. There are a lot more coming, guys. It's going to be really funny. It's going to be really good. The first episode is my favorite, maybe my favorite episode I've ever done. I really hope you enjoy it. The guest this week is Ann Coulter. She says some fucking terrible things in it. Oh, also, you can see me in Denver, Comedy Works, and the following month I will be at Town Hall for the New York Comedy Festival. Go to adamfreeland.show for tickets. Guys, enjoy our episode with Ann Coulter. It's a wild one. Season 3 next week! Big yes! Ladies and gentlemen, legendary media personality.
Legendary, sure.
Let's make some noise.
God.
800 tourists from Times Square. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
I'm really
Adam.
excited. I
Me
told
too.
I told some of my friends, the smart ones,
Uh-huh.
and they were saying this is going to be like the Buckley Baldwin of 2025.
Excellent.
I think we talked on the phone last night.
Yes.
That was
This
that was
woman.
charming.
Yeah.
Whatever.
We're going to be hanging out.
You're like my first white friend in ever, probably.
Excuse me.
No, I'm just kidding. Obviously, all my friends are Jewish. What are you talking about? Okay, two things. One is I'd always known you as a media personality. My assumption was always that you were like a poshie. You were like a Connecticut style, like equestrian kind of poshie. And I was surprised to find out that your father was an Irish cop.
No, he wasn't.
I believe he was, and I believe you were the first in your family to learn how to read.
And the first to have shoes. No, my father was not an Irish cop. He's not even fully up.
He was an FBI agent.
He was a corporate lawyer on Park Avenue.
So where
Yes,
where am
for
I
a
getting this
few
from?
years after law school, it was like having a clerkship. You'd go straight and you had to be a lawyer to be an FBI agent back then. You don't now. So for a few years, he was a red hunter with the FBI, but he was a lawyer. He was a corporate lawyer at 300 Park Avenue.
Sounds like an Irish cop to me.
I mean, Irish cops are great. It just isn't what he was.
So he's a red hunter.
He was briefly. Yeah, he worked on some of Joe McCarthy's cases.
Did you know Roy Cohn?
Apparently, but not very well because he was a young pup.
He was a young pup?
Yeah, I mean, he was just gotten out of law school.
Sounds like a gay slang.
You've never heard the expression
you have young pups,
pup?
you have otters, you have...
Okay, I no longer think you
It's
are.
so old.
It's just a common expression, a young pup.
A young pup? Yeah, maybe from freaking Connecticut. Maybe that's a Connecticut thing.
Am I going to be getting that this whole show?
What's wrong? You should be proud.
Anything I say.
Being rich is
Okay,
good.
but not everything is a Connecticut thing.
Rich is great compared to the alternative. The alternative is
Oh,
dreck.
yeah, I'm with you on that.
Being poor sucks.
Oh, totally.
So you moved to Connecticut on a cop salary. Was he dirty? Was he dirty? Did he ever run into that guy Serpico? Wait, you were born in New York City.
Yeah, but grew up in New Canaan.
Okay, and so that's like a New York tri-state area kind of, yeah.
Everybody's, it's funny, it's a little like the Upper East Side.
I think I might have remembered this wrong.
All of the husbands leave. Okay, they all leave the Upper East Side. You see all ladies with their kids.
Blah, 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 right? Yeah.
No, I mean, it's a very safe environment, much like the Upper East Side until de Blasio and now.
Do you think that like Martha Stewart was kind of the most elite of those Connecticut ladies? She turned staying in Connecticut while the guys in New York City into a $1 billion brand? Am I wrong?
I don't know. I just know she supported Bill Clinton, so I'm not a fan.
You're not a fan of Martha Stewart because you're kind of lib. That's kind of lib.
No.
You know how I heard someone recently after Ozzy Osbourne died, they were like, but he was a Zionist. I'm like, who? He was on drugs. Who cares? What do you think?
That's indicative in her case of being part of the fancy crew and just, I don't know, like Reese Witherspoon and thank you, Paltrow, Gwyneth Paltrow, that whole just people I don't care about.
So you don't like the elites.
Correct.
You're a woman of the people.
That's totally
Yes,
right.
you are.
Because my father was an Irish
Sure.
cop, apparently.
Your dad was on the beat. He had a billy club. He was in the 5 Points. It's good. You guys became cops. We became Hollywood. The Itralians became criminals. It was a good time back in the. You know that the Lower East Side was its own congressional district? Is that crazy? It was the most densely populated place in the world. Turn of the 20th century.
Well, I know it was a lot of poor people, and now it's very shishi.
It was us. It was your guys were there too. You're not half Irish?
I'm a quarter Irish.
Oh my God, you're ashamed.
My father. No, I'm just
You're ashamed of your Irish lineage.
No, I was worried we might be going back to my father being an Irish cop, which would have made me half Irish, but he wasn't even fully Irish.
Okay, so he was half Irish, and he was what was the other half?
Dutch. I dedicated one of my books to my ancestor, F.E. van
Anne
Vierik.
Frank. Yeah.
Put a pin up. Put a pin on that.
Effie Van Varick, and Varick Street comes from that Varick family.
Oh, like old New York.
That's going back to the
Asters.
Revolutionary War. So I had a lot of Dutch relatives in New York. When they scammed the Indians out of it, ha ha ha. And then British Isles. Oh, and a little German.
Do you have Catholic blood? Are you half blood? Are you half green, half orange?
That's crazy. That's hilarious. He's funny.
You're mostly
that
orange.
I don't know, but
was your dad Catholic?
his mother was Catholic, his father was Presbyterian, and all of my other ancestors were Presbyterian.
Okay. What's Presbyterian like?
Just Christian.
Is it like are the songs good?
Songs are great.
The songs are good.
Yep.
Oh, I love that song. Zach, how much do we love that song?
Real church songs are fabulous. I hate the modern Christian churches that do, the rock and roll up the top.
Oh, yeah.
Amazing Grace, you must know this. It was written by a
British
slave trader.
I thought it was a British pastor.
Wait, really?
Slave trader.
Wait. Amazing Grace. I sing Amazing Grace. Jesus Christ. Still probably gonna sing it wrong. Oh my gosh. Wait. Amazing Grace is a Christian hymn published in 1779 by the English clergyman John Newton. That's not what it says on here. John Newton was an English angelic cleric and slavery abolitionist. He previously been a captain of a slave ship and an investor in the slave trade. He served but he was a slave abolitionist. Newton renounced, later on in the article it says, Newton renounced this trade and became a prominent supporter of abolitionism. So you emphasize the part where he was a slave captain, but you don't mention that he advocating for the abolishment of slavery? The fuck?
Really big. The boat got in a storm. He realized he was going to die, and he blamed himself for being a slave trader, and swore to God, "I will serve you. I will give up the slave trading."
At the last
just
second?
save my life. No, he lived, and he wrote Amazing Grace because he was saved.
Wow. So
okay, so she does mention it. Okay, I was about to say.
Farrakhan's wrong?
I was about to say she was being underhanded. Okay, cool.
I can't believe it. I thought why would Farrakhan? So you're a deadhead grown up?
That's funny.
Farrakhan's wrong?
Nice. Another dig on Farrakhan. That's hilarious.
Why would Farrakhan? So you're a deadhead grown up?
Yes.
How many shows you been to?
I like his dig on Farrakhan.
And stop.
That's hilarious.
I'm very embarrassed.
Yes, please
by
dunk
this,
on
but,
Farrakhan.
It's a big thing with deadheads. Well, there are a lot of big things with deadheads, like keeping lists of the songs they played at concerts. But one was to keep your tickets. And so one time, I'm very tidy. And I'm going through my apartment, and I found a drawer that's just full of all these dead tickets. And I thought, what am I doing this for? And I just swept them all out. And then Jerry died, and I realized, oh, that's why we kept the ticket stubs, so we could count up how many shows we've been. So I didn't know. I checked with a few friends. At the time, I figured it was above 60.
Above 60. So you were like, you did LSD, marijuana, stuff like that?
Never took drugs.
You were there at that.
I like the music, not in the 70s.
You like deedle,
I was
deedle,
in
deedle,
kindergarten.
deedle. 3 hours of deedle, deedle, deedle? Just no drugs?
No drugs. By the time I started following them, no, they were very melodic. I still
80s?
listen to Dead. I love them.
80s dead.
Yeah.
90s?
Yeah.
Early 90s, they were at their peak.
Yeah,
Before Jerry died.
they were very melodic. Nobody liked space. We'd go out and get wine or a beer or something when they do the space music.
Oh, you'd have champagne?
Depends where we were.
That's so you. That is so you. So, was your family conservative, or did you have like a conservative awakening?
Well, I guess a little of both. But yeah, no, I grew up in a very conservative family, and I think the important point is because sometimes kids, get to college, rebel against their parents. We talked about politics all the time. So we'd have, as I do today with my friends, we have arguments, along the edges. I suppose I argue with my friends all the time, but basic values, basic conservatism, it kind of makes it easier to argue because you can draw analogies more easily.
Yeah, my family was like that too. But like, you were just like, good point, Dad.
No.
I just was telling them that they're idiots. I still do. I'm like, did you copied their politics, or you emulated their
No,
politics?
I'm saying we argued about politics as I do with my conservative friends today.
So they're more moderate.
So that gives you no. Well, here, this will give you an example. My parents' big disagreement. Actually, my father, when they were dating, had to talk my mother out of the value of the Tennessee Valley Authority. She had grown up in Kentucky, so thought it was great. And father, much more libertarian. That's part of the Dutch ancestry, by the way. The Dutch, very libertarian. So father is against, or was, they both passed away, was against zoning laws, and mother wanted to preserve the beauty of the community. And I'm totally with mother on that side.
So the argument was the New Deal? That's how your parents hooked up?
They had it.
That's how they flirted?
They discussed it on a date.
They flirted
because he used to always roll his eyes and say, yeah, she likes the TVA.
That's so Connecticut. That's so Connecticut. Wow. That's like, what, I guess, how did my parents meet each other?
That's not how they met.
He wasn't just railing against old Franklin Delano Roosevelt?
No, she didn't like FDR.
She didn't like him.
I don't have a single ancestor who voted for FDR, and I'm very proud of that.
Who were they voting for? Reichsführer Adolf Hitler?
Not if you're familiar with American history, but it was a Republican who led the effort to destroy the Nazi war machine.
Charles Lindbergh?
Sorry, I'm just fact checking because I feel like that's wrong. Wait, so who was... Yeah, it was FDR. And FDR was a Democrat. What's she talking about? What's she talking about?
I want to get back to you.
What's she talking about?
Oh, I'm so boring. Let's move on from me.
No, you're not. You're not. You're very impressive.
You're going to keep throwing out crazy
He's lying, and she's doing it on purpose.
No, you're not. You're very impressive. Like, to me, you have the resume of someone that could have been. I mean, you're the president of the Federalist Society at University of Michigan Law School. You went to Ivy League undergrad. You were a clerk on.
That was a while ago.
You were a federal.
I've sort of collapsed since then.
Wait, you're bad at school now? I mean, we all are. I don't even know how to read anymore. Did you conceive of did you want to be a Supreme Court justice or like an attorney? You could have been big. You could have been big in the law. I feel like. You could have been writing these goddamn torture memos with Alberto Gonzalez.
Well, that would have been fun. Well, he did not do a very good job. I would correct him on that. No, what I'm doing now is way, way, way better. I worked briefly at a law firm in New York and then for a public interest law firm, and I clerked for a judge.
And you're Senate Judiciary.
And
94.
yeah. And law school was fun, and law review was fun because you get to examine a particular legal issue and get to know it. It's really great. Actually, practicing law is mind-numbingly boring. And even the interesting cases, we took at the pro bono law firm. We were the only law firm taking genuine First Amendment cases. Free speech has been a big issue for a long time, and genuine civil rights cases. Because most of First Amendment law and civil rights law, it's settled. So nobody's going to go to a big law firm in New York to argue a constitutional issue. Well, we were arguing constitutional issues and taking them to the Supreme Court. So that was kind of fun. But even doing that, you get one case and you're stuck with it. So you're repeating the same facts over and over and over again. Now I can look for something interesting going on in law, look it up, write one column about it, and move on.
Yeah.
That's fun.
You went 94, Contract with America, to the Senate Judiciary Committee, right? Is that right? Did you chill with Newt? Was he cool?
I was not a fan.
Have you seen Callista's Instagram?
No, I have not.
Oh my God.
I'm too busy reading John Rock.
You gotta see these pics. I mean, she does these face filters. She looks like an American Girl doll. They're like in Italy. It's like in Calista and Newt. They're like vacation.
Well, I'm glad Trump got him out.
Where is he at? He's done?
You just told me.
Well, vacation. Where he lives in Abu Ghraib prison?
No, I was hoping he had been given an ambassadorship or something.
Yeah, he should, right? I was gonna ask next, but you kind of answered it. Like the impetus behind like switching to a media career.
It
like,
wasn't.
That you were bored.
You were just bored and did it. That's bullshit.
I'll tell you.
It's an interview.
Right.
What are we supposed to talk about?
But I'm not that interesting.
Yeah, you are. Actually,
I
to
never
me, you
talk
are.
about why. I talk about issues, stuff
All
going
right,
on in the world.
Welcome to Get
Sure.
Gizmo. We're gonna find Bin Laden. You're gonna tell me where the hell he is.
No, I never tried to go into media. I have no interest in media. I was working for the Senate Judiciary Committee, as you say. It was after the '94 election, the first time Republicans took Congress in 40 years.
They crushed that one.
I happened to be out at Vail skiing thinking, oh my gosh, they're going to blow it. These idiot Republicans. They're just going to have, moderate Republican staffers go to all these new, totally right-wing senator staffs we had. And I thought if things are ever going to change, people like me have to volunteer to work for the new right-wing, because not only did it become Republican, but oh my gosh, there were so many hardcore right-wingers who came in. That was a great year. So I applied and I got there, but I didn't like Washington. I really, really miss New York. To work for the new right-wing, because not only did it become Republican, but oh my gosh, there were so many hardcore right-wingers who came in. That was a great year. So
this is my face. Well, you can see it, but his face is how I feel.
I applied and I got there, but I didn't like Washington. I really, really miss New York. I wanted to be in New York. I love New York. It's the greatest city in the world. Could do with fewer homeless drug addicts pushing people in front of subways, but greatest city in the world.
It's New York. I mean, that's
No, we had 20 years of peace and prosperity under Republican mayors.
There was hobos then.
No, there weren't.
Yes, there were.
There absolutely were not.
There's always been hobos. When you moved here, do you remember?
Were you in a coma for all of the Giuliani and Bloomberg years? No, there weren't.
I have not.
Wow.
It was absolutely.
What do you
sick.
think about this Ken Bone situation?
No idea what you're
He's
talking
the
about.
fat guy with the red sweater at the town hall for Trump and Hillary. I got to show you a pic of this guy.
Nope, it sounds great.
And stop being such a snob, okay? Connecticut with your horse.
I told you it sounds great.
No. Okay. So yeah.
So I'm stuck in Washington. I miss New York. MSNBC came along. They invited me to be on. I didn't even own a TV. I didn't want to be on TV, but I wanted flights to New York. So I was on MSNBC their very first day, and for I don't know, year and a half, 2 years, I'd fly up every few. Senate was in recess for like all of the year because it was 1996 presidential election year. So I kept coming up to New York, and and that's kind of how it started. But I mean, they kept firing me, and I kept saying, okay, fine, I'll just go back to practicing law. And then Human Events came
This video is also an hour long.
to me and asked me to be their legal columnist. And then Regnery came to me and said, hey, you've been writing a lot about Clinton. Why don't you write a book on this? And I wrote my
High
first
Crimes and
smash
Misdemeanors.
bestseller.
Yeah.
But I never
Are you a big
applied.
You're a Woody Allen fan? Crimes and it was the movie, right?
It's also a line from the Constitution.
I don't know what the hell is. Of course, I know. But that's interesting because that's the first time I became aware of you. It was a smash hit, and you became like you were the person that would go on the politically incorrect.
That was fun.
And I was telling you on the phone yesterday, you were.
You still do.
Like my parents were like liberal boomer Jewish parents were like, but she has long hair. Why is she saying these things? Did you? What's interesting to me is that your first #1 hit, right, banger, and foray into like being a firebrand conservative personality was kind of like advocating for a young woman against like a powerful man, which is like that was right wing, right?
Yes.
It was so topsy turvy at the time because in retrospect,
What's he talking about?
I remember the way they talked about Monica, and they'd be like, she's fat, she's got cum on her dress, and in retrospect, like she was.
She wasn't the one I was fighting for, but I did feel sorry for her.
Paula Jones. Yeah,
She
yeah.
was the one who was really that's because you have been fooled by the feminist movement who pretend they're for powerless people against powerful men. No, they write all these laws making everything illegal, and then they only apply them to Republicans. So, for example, the reason I knew a lot about this is among the cases my law firm was saying at the time was defending men, professors often, on First Amendment grounds who had been accused of sexual harassment for something they said in their lecture class. I remember one in particular, it doesn't really matter. But
What did he say?
He said, he was describing what a simile is, and said a simile is the belly dancer's belly moves like Jell-O on a plate on a vibrator. I think that's what he said. But there are 200 people in the class. He's not sexually harassing you, Missy.
I feel like this is like Keith Richards talking about like lead belly or like these are your influences.
But because of that, I knew a lot of what the sexual harassment law was, and it was utterly, preposterously ridiculous. There was one guy. This was found to be in a hostile environment.
I remember she's a lawyer.
Single act. That was a big thing. The feminists kept arguing that no, you can't have a hostile environment with a single act. There were many single act sexual harassment cases, including one of a boss who had a vacation picture of his wife in a bikini on his desk at work, and someone brought a lawsuit saying that's a hostile environment. I don't want to see your wife in a bikini. So the cases had gone very far in the other direction. Here was, I mean, you were never allowed to drop your pants and say kiss it. It's not like we needed the feminists to tell us that, but that's what Clinton did
actually.
too.
I didn't
you
know.
needed that one, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, it's a good thing I was out
Gloria
there.
Steinem told me that. Yeah.
No. In Clinton, she said you get one free grope.
They really didn't show up for Monica.
She said you get one free grope because when he dropped his pants and said kiss it to Monica, he took no for an answer.
But I mean, I guess like it's like you were.
I have no idea what's going on.
Free speech cases against feminists.
I have absolutely no idea what's going on.
In the public forum, you were advocating for
Paula Jones. She
Paula
was
Jones
absolutely demonized.
Yes, and in essence, that is like in a 2025 context, that sounds not. It doesn't sound like a conservative punditry. It sounds more like a kind of, I don't know, like a second wave feminist.
No. You're confusing.
I'm making an accusation.
A real abuse of power with a lot of the BS cases. I think some of the original Me Too cases were, I mean, I haven't studied them carefully, but I think some of the first ones, yeah, that was real, that was bad. And then I think you got a lot of Johnny-come-latelys, and I don't believe them at all. Some other ones, this is extremely politically incorrect. I mean, I knew about the Epstein case. Apparently before the New York Times or anyone on TV did. It happened in Palm Beach. It was all over the Palm Beach Post.
You saw him the day before 9/11?
Yeah, I met him then.
I saw you telling that story.
Very weird.
First of all, he pulls up in a limo. It's raining. He said, "Hey, Colter, can I give you a ride?"
And we know someone in comedy named Sunlight. And the traffic was moving by 20 miles per hour. And I had to get home because I had an early morning flight, morning of 9/11.
So if it's the day before 9/11, didn't
No. Yes, day before 9/11. Yeah.
I mean, didn't him and Israel have like a lot of work to do?
Well, yeah. It's weird he had time for me.
How did he have so much time?
Well, I didn't stay that long.
Oh man, I'm gonna get in trouble for that, Dad. I'm just kidding. Can you imagine missing the email from Israel if you're a Jewish guy going to the World Trade Center?
Yeah, don't go to the World Trade Center.
Gentle reminder, today is 9/11. Go in.
They say something like gentle reminder.
Gentle reminder, I don't know if you've checked your calendars, but it's 9/11. We've been planning this. We got 18 Saudi guys. We took them to flight school. They only had to learn how to take off. So we got half off. We got a great deal on the flights.
Well, we're just kidding. When you went
That's
into
fucked
media
up.
and you became like a media personality, you kind of were the only game in town. It was kind of you and Rush. Am I incorrect in saying that?
Limbaugh.
Not really.
Rush
but
Limbaugh.
Partially in the sense of, during Politically Incorrect,
Trash.
he had a good run. What was it, like 20 years on ABC?
Bill?
Yeah, and then at the end,
You said that they were brave. Muhammad Atta.
what he said was.
You said that they were really brave.
By the way, he was repeating what Dinesh D'Souza just said. By the way,
That
Dinesh
guy's
said,
smart. Yeah.
No. What he said was, don't, to stop calling the terrorists cowards. They weren't cowards. And Bill kind of laughed and said, yeah, no, you're right. They're evil. They weren't cowards. I think the truth of the matter, people were mad at America. Average Americans were kind of mad at Bill for the prior year. Every show was, guys love blowjobs, guys love blowjobs, guys love blowjobs, and people got a little fed up with that.
Why?
And I think that's because what he actually said then, and by the way, I defend him, whatever he said.
He's your boy, right?
But anyway, no, I think he's great. It was all conservatives, he said, who were defending him, which I've often heard when people come under attack for free speech. But anyway, they have a party. I did his last show, and they told me they had counted up all the guests, and I was their most frequent guest. Okay, so the reason for that is, I'm going around to why Rush and I would have been, as you say, in a sense, the only game in town.
We're the most famous.
There were 4 seats at Politically Incorrect. One was for a comedian. One was for a wild card. One was for like a Hollywood person. There was only one ideological seat because those people were obviously going to be liberals. There was one seat. We have to have one conservative. But the problem was all these conservatives would come in from Washington and talk a good game in the pre-interview and then immediately capitulate in front of the Hollywood audience. Yeah. Whereas I clearly don't mind being booed. So I'd say what I thought, and the show doesn't work if you don't have a conservative taking a conservative point. So I didn't back down, and that's.
So
I
you're
think
making
part
my
of the
point
reason.
for me, right? Like you were like, did it feel like this was something new because it wasn't?
Oh,
like
that's interesting.
It wasn't like
I think she's actually telling the truth because the conservative has to have their intentions. But she could just say whatever she has no skin in the game when she's on there. Not like the politicians. So she would just say whatever she wants.
And talk a
I get
good
what you're
game
saying.
in the pre-interview, and then immediately capitulate in front of the Hollywood audience.
Yeah.
Whereas I clearly don't mind being booed. So I'd say what I thought, and the show doesn't work if you don't have a conservative taking a conservative point. So I didn't back down, and that's.
So
I
you're
think
making
part
my
of the
point
reason.
for me, right? Like you were like, did it feel like this was something new because it wasn't like Buckley, it wasn't like a elbow patch, right? Showbiz wise, you were cooking, you knew that.
Which is funny because I didn't have a TV, I didn't watch TV, which is why I was never nervous on TV. It was just like sitting around talking with my friends.
Yeah.
Probably why I didn't back
well,
down.
because it's a stupid idea for a show, right?
What is?
A Hollywood person.
Oh no, it was great.
I did Piers on Monday, and I was like,
that is not the same show. Do not compare those two.
but it's 4 people talking about some, like, what are you going to accomplish? Yeah. And you have,
okay, I don't know who is on the show, so I will say you accepted. He gets 4 idiots to yell at one another and yell over one another because apparently that creates viral moments. And actually, I used to think he was a really good interviewer, Piers Morgan, on ITV, but I don't know.
Piers Morgan.
It's about the clicks on that show now, and I'm not going to go on a show and have idiots yelling at me.
well, you could kill them. I killed them. I realized that you just have to interrupt and go like, no, it's not. Piers, here you go again.
Please talk. Why you got me agreeing? And Colton and Piers Morgan is not the same thing as those being correct. God damn.
I thought he was a good interviewer. Do you feel like you've gotten your flowers as like kind of an influence?
I understand
on,
what
like,
you're saying,
modern
though,
punditry?
but it is not.
In my mind, it kind of comes from like the way you did it, right? You didn't do it Buckley style. You did it in a. There was a mixture of like you're kicking their ass, and it was a hell of a show. You know,
It was fun.
you were good at
It was
what you
fun.
were doing.
I know, it's really, there aren't shows like that anymore.
No,
Liberals
there
won't
aren't
go on
and.
with me.
Do you think there are ands?
Well,
That's
I don't
funny.
watch that much TV.
I think it's funny that like liberals won't go on with her because they don't want a platform. That's hilarious.
I do a lot more of the podcast stuff, and actually,
It's
all
smart.
of my remote controls are, bolted to MSNBC, and that's just crazy people all day.
That's funny.
But liberals won't go on with me. In fact, I was just talking to Bill Maher, and he always tells me liberals won't go on with you. So I suggested to him, in fact, on the way to this studio, I have an idea. Don't tell them I'm going to be on the show.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, this guy, Adam Friedland, is really cool.
That's a good idea, too.
Do you know, so you don't know the new generation of like, of...
Not much. I mean, I have noticed the hair and makeup people have noticed. And by the way, great hair and makeup here. There's no hair and makeup.
Zach, can you do her hair, please? He's an intern. Zach.
I'm kidding.
Watch a YouTube video on right-wing makeup.
Yeah, we'll have a quick...
Great hair and makeup here. What are you talking about? I'm a mentally ill person doing a make-believe Dick Cavett show. And the newspaper says that because I'm literally they have no one else. They're like, this is the future of what do they say about me, Mitch? He's the publicist.
Times and the New Yorker said you're the future of late night.
That's
and
right.
They have no other option.
That's right.
I hear there's an opening at ABC.
No, he's
not.
Not for long.
Kimmel?
Have you seen his ratings?
No, I don't look at the ratings.
What the
I don't
fuck?
even,
After all this,
and
everyone
I
was
don't even know the
noticing.
name of Kimmel's show. Could you tell me? I know the Tonight Show and Late Night.
I would not know where to find it. I would not know what
On
time
ABC,
it's on.
maybe.
But
Yeah.
everybody looked up the ratings because he's losing so much money for ABC. I think,
had a big
like a
one
lot of
after.
these things Trump is going after, like all the DEI hires, I think the law firms, I think the universities are all down on their knees saying, thank you, let us get rid of this dead wood. We're so happy. And I think that ABC, I mean, unless it's
Yeah, but
just...
it's a little cowardly of Trump, right? If it's a low-rated show, it's not really threatening, right?
No.
Good point. Good
look,
point. That's a contradiction.
No,
I think it's
I
out.
won't.
You won't. Okay, I think he's magnificent now. Hated him his first term. Anyway,
I loved him his
what
first term.
Kimmel
I hate him
said,
now.
was absolutely beyond outrageous. Again, for like 20 years, all political violence is either actually, it's in my book.
What did he say? But he made
in
fun
my
of
book,
Trump.
Demonic, which is about mobs and left-wing violence. I think that it's demonic. I go through all of the political violence in America, and it's in there, I could say, and that was before Antifa and BLM, and much less the recent assassinations. All political violence is either a stark raving mad person, or it comes from the left, from anarchists, from socialists, from now Antifa, from BLM.
Well, you're saying never on the right. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. So anyway, every time.
Never one time?
Recently, we've had.
Actually, one time.
I mean, it's a big country, so.
Terrible, bro. Just lie.
Anyway.
Just gets up there and lies,
Every time
bro.
the left goes out of its way to lie about the transgender, the left-wing politics. They did it with that guy, Jared. What's her name?
What
His
lie
name?
about the transgender? What do they say? That there's transgender people, or what do they say?
No, they deny that these mass shooters
are trans.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on, you can look this up.
2 weeks ago, I go through.
Listen. Let me see. Listen. You just need to look it up. You just need to take a look. There's literally a website. Hold up. We're gonna pull this up. Website is factchecksout.org. It's not that hard.
They say, and what the absolute
God.
You know, get
really good. So it's transgender people are shooting.
The left.
It's been a recent thing.
Yeah.
Quote
Let me continue
unquote.
with the topic sentence. We've had non-stop, awful, horrendous, shocking political violence from the left, and every time the New York Times, MSNBC, CNBC, all of them are saying, no, we think this was a right-winger. They did it with the guy who shot Gabby.
I pulled that out of factcheck.org. Factcheck.org.
Giffords. The first one he shot out there, for one thing, he was a pothead, he was a lefty, he was an atheist. The first person he shot was a Republican, and he killed the Republican. Gabby gets wounded, so it's supposed to be right-wing violence.
Wait, I'm lost. Wait, okay, trans, then the left wing. Okay, Gabby Giffords was shot by who? A pothead? I'm just sorry. I'm not.
Left-wingers commit shocking violence. Media tell us they're right-wing. I just gave you one of many, many examples.
But people shouldn't.
But they looked into it. They looked into it.
It would be really helpful, especially
why would journalists lie about
looking
that?
at the media calling anyone they disagree with a Nazi, a fascist, a white supremacist, sexist, a racist. Maybe we could tone that down a bit when all of the shocking violence
don't kill each other.
comes from the left, and every time the media says it comes from the right. And that is what Jimmy Kimmel was doing it, and he was doing it. And this is something that is very important for you, a comedian, to know. It is the sneakiest way to propagandize. If you just announce right now,
jokes about politics are funny.
The shooter was right wing. People would look at that and say, well, he's trans adjacent. His boyfriend was trans. People would say, not complicated at all.
Days.
It's way less complicated.
No, I just mean the world is complicated.
Stop mumbling over me.
And I love you. I'm trying. I don't like it. You don't. Someone killed that.
I'm just giving you some really good advice on how to propagandize.
I don't do comedy about.
Well, she's
right?
It doesn't matter. You can propagandize
I talk about my
anything.
penis. I saw my dad's penis growing up.
You can propaganda.
Damn. So she admits that she's propagandizing. Okay.
Propagandize about your dad's penis might really help.
My dad has the biggest penis in the world.
Oh, okay, you're gonna help him. See, that would not work so well. But if you told a joke that was premised on the idea that your dad has a large penis, people sit back and think, if you just say he has the largest penis, they go, oh, it could be true, it could be true. I'm gonna look at it. But if you tell a joke that assumes that everyone knows he has a large penis, that's how you do the best propaganda. That is what Kimmel did for a monstrous lie that has been imposed on the public for decades now. That's why it should be thrown off the air.
Okay, but like, wasn't the joke that Trump was talking about the ballroom renovation after
that wasn't the issue. That was funny for the first time in his life.
But that's what he got in trouble for.
No, it wasn't.
I thought that's what he said.
Have no idea.
They asked him about Charlie Kirk, and he said, we're
MAGA
redoing the ballroom.
No, MAGA is politicizing this when it was one of their own who shot Charlie Kirk. That's what he said.
No, he said that they were trying to say that it wasn't.
What?
No. Okay.
Again, look it up. I'm not doing that.
Say it wasn't one of their own. It was one of their own.
The point is,
I don't.
That's what happens.
There's an answer, Adam.
What?
You can't just both sides. And some people say Jews are, eat little babies. Some Jews. Some say they don't.
Bro, what? Okay. Move on. No. We can look this up. We're gonna find it. Before I'm gonna pull it up. Because this is gross. Tyler James Robinson. Let's see. Motive. Utah prosecutor. I'll put it up on the screen. Hold on a second. Where's my window? There it is. Okay. Yeah. Okay. God. Tyler James Robinson. Identified as a suspect. And then we're going to go back to motive. Utah County Prosecutor Jeffrey Gray said the Robinson's mother told investigators that her son become more political over last year and started to lean more left, become more pro-gay and trans-oriented. Robinson was registered to vote but not affiliated to any party, and there is no record of him voting in Washington County. Robinson had no criminal record prior to his arrest. So he wasn't affiliated with any party anyways. So I mean, I know that's what they said, but I'm not sure if that's entirely.
Who's to say? There's no way of figuring out
of her mind.
whether you drink the blood of Christian babies. No way of determining it.
If I have stomach
there
issues
are answers.
I would. Okay, but listen. You can't possibly claim that there's
an answer?
one side that are killing each other.
We know about this one. No.
My
just
opinion
change
is
the subject.
that both people shouldn't kill each other.
No. Duh.
Like he heard some things and he read some things, but he wasn't affiliated with the party, so we're not even sure, like, if that was the case anyways.
Minnesota state senator and her husband got shot at their house, right?
Oh my gosh, you're
Was it
so
a left
brave. You think people shouldn't kill one another? Thank you for that important point, Adam.
Yeah, because I'm nice.
To act like we have no idea what Tyler Robinson's motives were.
I'm not saying that.
You just did. Some people say one side, some people say the other. Who's to know?
But we
both
don't.
sides were trying to blame the other side. That's what I was saying.
But there's an answer. So the side that's
we were waiting
lying,
for the cops to
we
say it.
absolutely knew by the time of Kimmel's show on Monday
Don't be mad
night.
at me. I'm nice.
No, you're not.
Yes,
but it's
I
both
am.
sides nonsense.
It's not both sides. I'm saying in general, shouldn't people calm down and stop killing each other?
Good point.
Think so.
That hadn't occurred to me.
I think so. It's safer if people aren't killing each other.
Yeah, and since one side is doing all the killing, maybe we should address that.
But that's not true. You know that's not true.
Yes, it is true.
But mathematically, it's not true.
Well, I'm
Come
not
on.
talking about every murder in the world. I'm talking about political violence.
But
Shocking
the Minnesota
political
state senator,
violence.
like a couple months ago.
That was absolutely batshit crazy. It's like the guy who
He
shot
was not
up
right-wing.
Congress.
He was a right wing? I'm just asking. Listen.
And by the way, I'll say the same thing on people who are slightly left wing. The Aurora shoot, Aurora, Colorado.
She doesn't get it. She doesn't get the plot.
Just batshit
She
crazy.
probably shouldn't be shooting people.
Oh, I can say that on your show.
Right?
What?
Right? I mean, that's a fair thing to say.
Anything you want. You're my guest.
There was a Muslim who
She doesn't get it.
went into some Jewish center.
She doesn't get it.
shot it up. Turns out he was totally schizophrenic. The family is apologizing.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't just say it when it's a right wing or therefore it's mental illness.
Sure.
Sometimes it's mental illness, and that happens to be a recent case. Yeah, that guy was crazy.
Tyler was probably there. If you kill someone, you're crazy, right? Like, and I'm not defending the left. And you're projecting onto what I'm saying right now. I hate the Democratic Party. Okay, like seriously. Like, they're so annoying.
Okay, but it's kind of important, and especially when you have this
you're
propaganda going out saying exactly what the opposite of the truth is. Because, by the way, that is not what the New York Times says. That is not what MSNBC says.
The computer is making people crazy right now, right? People are crazy
about that too. No,
people are crazier
now. The computer is the greatest thing that ever happened to humankind.
I agree.
This attack on social media is complete BS.
Okay, I do think
that was this week's column. Would you keep up?
And I don't subscribe to the
AnCoulter.substack.com.
I don't subscribe to the Daily Show. What I'm really saying is, I think that like when I was talking to you on the phone last night, right?
Mm-hmm.
I used to get called like a fucking loser for liking politics, right?
I told you it's a sign of a high IQ.
But nowadays, all the dumb people are starting to do it.
I know.
And that's all I'm saying. Like people it's become a thing where like people are yelling at the head of the Department of Health and Human Services. I was telling you on the phone last night, all day on the internet for $0, right? And so like by extension, maybe them killing each other is a product of people going fucking nuts, right?
One side's gone a little more nuts than the other.
And beyond that, people had to stay home for 2 years, and they were on their phones the whole time, and they went a little.
Phones are the greatest
so
thing
you're
that
pro
has ever happened.
lockdowns.
No, I'm pro social media and the internet and these old fuddy-duddies saying, "Oh, get the kids off their phones, go touch grass."
President Xi, take it away, please. Please come here. I'm pivoting.
It'd be better than our current. Anyway,
okay.
What was I going to say? The two things that drove stupid people to care about politics. Number one, the Bill Clinton scandal, because oh my gosh, apparently everybody has an opinion on blowjobs. And number two, Donald Trump, because there are a lot of mentally ill people who just hear his name. And, I mean, this is crazy. The most recent thing with the.
How do you think the Bill Clinton? Like, how could you have such?
I don't give a shit about Bill Clinton.
Despite the fact that you're 22 years old. That's an opinion from the freaking 1995.
Right. Right.
But also,
listen, the phone has driven people insane.
No, it hasn't.
It's
saved people's lives.
We're gonna do a section called bangers. We're gonna walk you through some of the greatest hits. This is tip of the iceberg.
Oh.
You're an maestro. You're very. After 9/11, you wrote the U.S. should invade Muslim countries and kill their leaders.
And convert them to Christianity.
How?
Nice.
We did it in South Korea.
Ooh,
nice.
Reverend Moon?
No, MacArthur invited them in.
The 9/11 wives were enjoying their husband's death.
I've never seen people enjoying their husband's death.
Every single my single female friends, that's the thing that they would say. That's a jealous ass.
I don't know if you. Well, you would remember this.
She feels like a person that goes on the internet and talks on the internet and rage baits people about politics on the internet. That's what the vibes I'm getting.
Remember Clinton, but it was these 4 babes from New.
And unlike other people on the internet that are dumb, she does it, and she knows exactly what to say. That's what the vibes I get.
New Jersey, who were really getting off on being on TV, and their whole thing is to go on, and you can't criticize us because they're widows, and they viciously attack everything George Bush was doing. But my point was, you know, a lot of people are widows from 9/11. How come? How about you don't put widows on if we're not allowed to respond?
You're so mean.
No, I'm not mean.
Okay, you call Muslims ragheads.
I want to finish this point.
Derivative.
This is a dirty trick of the left to use human
shields
to make their arguments. If you want to make the argument against Bush,
Hamas, they say.
Put somebody out there I'm allowed to respond to, and not, oh, but she's a widow, you can't respond.
So they were being mean to Bush.
They were making political points. They were trying to score political points for the Democrats, and we weren't allowed to respond because they were widows. Well, there were a lot of widows.
We got them weapons of mass destruction. So you call Muslims towel heads? That's derivative.
Right.
You said U.S. This is mean. U.S. didn't kill enough Native Americans.
Oh yeah, that's a recent one.
That's a mean one, Ann.
There was some Indian woman.
They're all like
Good
no
Lord.
one even thinks about them. They're just.
This is what I'm talking about. Just rage baiting.
Okay, this was a reason.
Just pure rage
of this
bait.
Indian
Just
chick
rage
going on
bait.
about how her goal was the destruction of the United States of America.
Just rage baiting. Just rage baiting the entire time.
Nikki Haley?
Different Indian.
You said women should lose the right to vote. Uncle Tom ass over here. Do you have female friends?
A few.
Rage baiting.
Who's your best female
I
friend?
first said that.
If rage baiting was your entire personality, just rage baiting.
On Politically Incorrect a million years ago. and
That's a banger, though.
There were girls in the audience clapping for me.
No,
not all of them.
You cooked on that one.
I think I've won on that one. That's all over now.
So you don't want to vote?
Well, no, I want the rest of my gender not to vote. I'll give it up if they don't.
You think you're better than the rest of them?
When you
Duh.
What about Sydney Sweeney?
if rage bait ever shows up in a dictionary, you don't find a definition. You found a picture of Ann Coulter.
She's very hot. She could vote. But we can't.
Oh my God.
Sydney and I think she'd agree with me.
Do you know her?
It's funny.
But I think she'd agree with me. But we'd be willing to give up our votes if the rest of our gender does not vote.
Okay, Ann. You said humanity should the earth. What are you, Marilyn Manson?
Right.
Humanity should the earth.
You know,
that's great.
If you're going to do my quotes, you gotta get the quote right. Every
tell me,
single
what's
one of
that
these
about?
quotes is wrong.
What's the earth about? You make a hole in it?
I didn't say humanity. I said it's in the Bible. God said, "Here's the earth. Take it. It's yours. Rip the earth."
God said, "Rip it."
I'm paraphrasing, but wherever you got, somebody's got to get a better website because literally every one of those quotes you have wrong.
I got this off of
Yeah, MediaMatters.com.
Encyclopedia Britannica.
What's wrong with Media Matters?
You said Mussolini had the right idea.
What's wrong with Media Matters?
I don't want to tell you artists.
What?
Okay, now we're going into things.
I don't want to tell you how to do your job.
But every one of
there
your
was a
quotes
better one to say.
is incorrect.
You should have said the main one. Mussolini is like that's like a.
I don't think I've ever even talked
you
about.
You try to hit a double.
Mussolini.
You try to hit a double. You could have gone to the.
You know, Adam, I've said a lot of stuff that's really outrageous. I don't think you have to make stuff up.
I feel like we're flirting right
I have an idea. Don't make stuff up.
You said Timothy McVeigh should have blown up the New York Times building. I was just
okay. I did say that.
They put me in the. They put me in. They wrote.
Finally, you got a quote right.
They wrote an article about me last week. You would have ruined that for me.
The New York Times.
Yeah, they said that I'm the Noam Chomsky of Generation Alpha or something. I don't know. They said I'm the Martin Luther King of Jews or okay. Oh, the Vivek one. That got famous.
Oh, that was a recent one. Yeah.
You said he's sharp, but you wouldn't vote.
I said I don't know where you're getting these quotes. I'll tell you what
it's
I
not
said.
a quote. I'm asking you.
Oh, I was doing his podcast and I just thought of it right as he was introducing me because I've been watching the debates. He was in the debates, and I mean I don't trust him as far as I can throw him, but boy, he was saying things that sounded great that I really agreed with. He is really sharp. Loved having him in the debates, and I said, you know, I think you've been great in the debates. I probably agreed with you more than anyone else, but I wouldn't vote for you for president because you're Indian.
And did he say that hurts my feelings?
No, he waited until he was being interviewed by Ezra Klein for the New York Times.
So
we argued about
it.
I
agree.
No. It was a good. We had a very good discussion.
Rage baiting.
Can they wait a few generations?
Just
you can't even become a citizen in Switzerland until you've been there for 3 generations.
Well, they pick.
And by the way,
pick aside Switzerland. Switzerland. Oh, we're neutral.
Okay, as soon as Israel has a non-Jewish president.
They've had non-Israeli presidents. Golda Meir's from Wisconsin.
We've had
BB's from Philly.
We've had non-WASP presidents here, although the country was founded by WASP. That isn't the same thing.
We had Kennedy, that bootlegger's son, and we had Joseph Robinette Biden.
I know, I always forget about him.
Mr. Magoo.
Because he forgot too.
I felt so bad for him.
Jesus
That movie was
Christ,
so
bro.
embarrassing for America.
Oh man.
Oh my
One of the
God.
best movies. You liked it?
I loved it.
But
Of course you did.
First and foremost, we just look like dumbasses.
Well,
Yep.
we looked like dumbasses having him be our president. The fact that the entire media in the Democratic Party was hiding it from us, maybe they shouldn't have done that. It's horrifying that we had
behind
someone.
closed doors, he was Stephen Hawking.
Oh yeah, I know.
Apparently, he was doing math that you've never even heard
That's
of.
what they always say.
Yeah, the one the sun went down.
You know Al Gore is?
Yes, I know who Al Gore is.
I feel like
I
I'm
know more about Al Gore than even you.
I mean, like I'm talking to a fetus here.
Do you understand that I'm one of the smartest people you've ever met in your entire life? And one of the most popular guys.
Well, yeah. Of course, I wouldn't have shown up otherwise. Anyway,
from
you know how he's
Tennessee.
totally stiff, and
Lockbox, yeah.
you know, yeah. They kept insisting when he was running for president, oh, behind closed doors, he's like a stand-up comedian. He's unbelievable. The jokes, really hits his stride in the bathtub. They always do this about Democrats. They said the same thing about Hillary. She seems like a real barrel of monkeys.
How did you feel when y'all boys stole it? You must have felt amazing. Brooks Brothers riot?
They didn't steal it.
They had guys wearing blazers?
In fact, a year later,
You stole it.
something you
know you stole
apparently
it.
do not know.
9/11.
A media consortium, i.e., not my people, liberals, they spent like 6 months going through all of the ballots in
Chads?
Florida and found out that no matter how they counted the ballots, Bush won.
Wow.
At school. Because you stole the election.
Nobody stole the election.
It wasn't fair. I was in 7th grade, and some guy was like,
Oh, I am so with him. Can we get him here?
can you walk us through cooking up a banger? Like when you're cooking up a big one, like are you in a lair or something? Do you have like a candelabra and like?
It never really gets cooked up. It just
You feel a rush?
I get angry about something, and this is how I talk.
Does it feel good though? You feel like flying?
No, it just seems like talking.
You know when.
No, I mean,
you're good at getting them fucking pissed.
Ask my friends. It's how I talk. In fact, what happened was I was very much censored under the old Twitter leadership because I realized there were so many things I'm about to tweet. I'm about
to read space.
Over, and I thought
because the old Twitter leadership censored you because you can rage bait.
Oh crap! I don't want to get suspended again. Okay, I'll just email it to my friends.
You should just say that you're on Ambien, like Roseanne.
Yeah, that worked. That saved her show.
That really saved. It was a good show. Wait, so do you ever worry you'll run out? Do you get writer's block? Do you ever worry if I run out, because you don't repeat bits. You're a woman of integrity as an artist, right?
Dear Lord.
The only thing left will be that word that you wanted to tweet.
No, it wasn't a word. It would be a joke.
Master rage baiter.
Nobody says that.
No.
Maybe you do.
I don't say that. I never have. I listen to the song.
Well, that's why I advise young people today, don't listen to rap music.
Oh, rap is crap?
You start singing along to it and suddenly you're canceled.
Listen, if it's white people there, come on. It's fun. And you've never even listened to Drake?
No, I've listened to a lot of it, but all these young kids start singing along to a rap song and suddenly their college admissions are withdrawn, their faces are all over the internet, so stop listening to rap music or hip hop.
That's not true.
How do you say things
That's
like that?
crazy.
You're only 21 years old.
I know.
You're only 21 years old. That's
When I
hilarious.
look at the talent tree that you kind of were at the genesis.
Okay, now
When I look at that, when I look at it, I'm like, they don't have the sauce. I'm like, you're kind of like listen, when we're fucking Laura Loomer or whatever, I just see people trying to do you, and I'm like, granted, Laura Loomer is beautiful, okay?
Stop, bro. What?
She doesn't have the talent.
She is
She
not
doesn't have
an unpleasant looking person.
She's not unpleasant.
an unpleasant-looking person.
She looks like she had a bee sting.
I shouldn't have even mentioned this because of course you're going to come back, but I'm not endorsing anything he's
Listen,
saying
we
about
love her.
Laura
She's
Elizabeth.
gorgeous. But she doesn't have the talent that you have in terms of like, you really get you get them going.
That's why they won't appear with me.
Well, the thing is like, I feel like there's only one other person that's potentially on your level. And you know who that person is.
What?
Petition of ads. It's fine.
No, not me. You know who the person is. In terms of like getting them like crazy, making them go crazy.
You mean
I don't know about that.
on the other side?
One other talent on yours. I mean, it's a big one.
No, they're playing. I mean,
it's you.
Rufo does.
Not like you.
Oh, I think he does.
It's this one.
No, she's right.
It's number.
He's right.
No, it's number 45 and 47.
Oh, Trump. Oh,
like
yeah.
you are kind of like on, like it's kind of just the two of you in my mind.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like seriously.
No, everything he is going through, younger people don't realize this. You do. Everything they are doing to him, I used to be the one who set that off, so I am totally on his side on the persecution.
But he doesn't get in trouble. He gets away with it every time. You actually do get in trouble.
What do you mean get in trouble? I've had a pretty
like
good
you get fired from
career.
MSNBC and like Trump gets away with it every time. It's awesome.
He's not on.
Becomes president of the United States.
Think at the end of the day, maybe because you're like
and people don't put Anne in TV shows because they don't want to platform her because they know who she is, and people don't want to be seen with her. Meanwhile, Donald Trump becomes president of the United States.
No, I don't think it has hurt me. He's not on MSNBC.
Do you think at the end of the day, it's maybe because you're like a woman?
No, I don't think it has hurt me. I've had a pretty good career out.
Oh yeah.
13 New York
Play
Times
dumb.
I'm saying you don't have a good career.
Play dumb.
I'm not saying you don't have a good career, right? What I'm saying is that like maybe
I haven't been prosecuted like Trump.
Yeah, but he gets away with it every time. It's awesome.
That's not exactly getting away with it.
Teflon Don.
That's
His
not
name
exactly,
is literally.
They put him through hell.
He's the president, though.
Now he is because they put him through hell.
On a substantive level,
yes.
Is it true that like his immigration policy was kind of inspired by you?
Yeah, he asked for a copy of Adios America and that whole Mexican thing.
You wrote Mexican. Do you know him?
Read that book. My publisher didn't want to publish it. The people who were recording my audio book were shocked and appalled. And now it's all over Twitter. It's coming out. It came out of Trump's mouth when he came down the escalator. No, our southern neighbors have a little problem with child rape.
Who in like Mississippi,
Latin
Georgia?
America.
Oh, okay. Well,
no, you will not. Actually, I looked those up. You will not see child rape. It's freakishly rare among white people. It is not in Latin America.
I saw you have a concept that you've developed called the American race, right? Listen, and I'm a pinko, right?
It's not a race.
Is that you've spoken about that? I saw you speak about that.
I've never spoken about that.
Okay, but it's cultural, right? There's a concept of like
American, yeah.
American.
That's why I say immigrants should wait 3 generations before bossing us around. We're the most successful, freest country in the world. Stop, listen, learn, observe how we do things. Don't come in and start bossing us around.
Do you think of that as me as first generation?
No. I don't know. Maybe you are.
Do you think I'm dirty immigrant?
Dirty immigrant. No, please, I don't know what you are, but
please buy my newspaper.
Maybe if I knew more about you, I tell you I wouldn't vote for you as president.
I'm Lithuanian Jewish. But
I thought your parents are from South Africa.
My dipshit ancestors got on the wrong boat. They thought they were going to Ellis Island, and they ended up in Africa. And then my dad got called up to go to Angola for the Civil War.
She's like, wait 3 generations before. Okay, so let's talk about Ann Coulter. Let's see. She is part Irish, right? She is part Irish. Could it be that she came in? Let's see. Hold on, I need to look this up. Great. You can tell I didn't rehearse this. Yeah, sure. Estimated that over 6 million Irish people have immigrated to the United States since 1820. A peak in immigration occurred as a result of the Great Famine of 1845 and 1854. The failure of the potato crop due to blight and insufficient provision of alternative food supplies resulted in the desolation, death, and immigration on a cataclysmic scale. It was not until 1855 that a total harvest reached half of what it had been in 1844. Mass evictions and near famines of 1861 and 1864 and 1879 and 1882, and the hardships of subsistence farming meant immigration to North America continued to be seen as an opportunity to support and improve migration to the U.S. declined during World War I, which shipping was severely disrupted, but reached a peak from 1921 to 1923, followed by decline due to the international depression and introduction of U.S. restriction on immigration numbers. So it is possible that Ann Coulter's parents immigrated to the United States during the Irish potato famine. But Coulter is telling immigrants how to be in the United States. Probably including, remember, Ann Coulter's the one Donald Trump got inspiration for his immigration policy from Ann Coulter. Yet Ann Coulter immigrated here Ann Coulter's ancestors immigrated here possibly during the Irish potato famine because they wanted to live better lives. I just wanted to point that out. I just wanted to point that out, that hypocrisy. Because nobody comes here as a refugee because they want to leave home. They just want to come here to live a better life. I just thought that was important to mention. And she's a racist rage baiter. But okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't think I'd take you for.
I lose my arm
kids,
machine at the factory. What?
Your kids, no, I think it would have. Yeah, your kids.
You think of me as America, right?
Pardon?
I'm pretty American.
You're pretty American.
I love America.
Look, I'm not trying to throw anyone out. The question with Vivek is
sure you're not.
Who can run for president? And yeah, I totally resent J. Paul, what's her name, and Ilhan Omar, people from absolutely failed cultures coming in and denouncing our culture. I'm with Trump. Hey, if you're so good, why don't you go back to your countries and fix it up?
If you were in the failed culture, would you stay in the failed culture? Or would you go to
I wouldn't. Look, I'm in a successful culture. I would not go to
Irish potato famine.
France and start telling them how to do stuff. I would not run for president of France. I would not go on TV and denounce them and tell them that all of their culture is terrible and we have to eliminate it. And
what did she say, Ilhan? What was the?
Oh, it's a daily thing.
She says America stinks. She's like rock and roll's bad.
Well, hates white people.
She hates hot rods.
Does she?
Hates white people.
She hates
I don't know
white
if she
people. She
does.
hasn't said it that way.
I think she has.
She said, "I hate white people."
You said that.
Well, again, that's like a Britannica quote of
It is.
mine.
But it is impressive, know that like if you come from like a poor country and then you are successful, it's kind of impressive.
She's not successful.
Right.
To get into Congress.
No, it's all Somalis voting for her.
Well, yeah.
Oh, really? Really?
They should all go.
So they
Right.
go.
All of them.
Uh-huh.
It's absurd that we're bringing in people and not even, I mean, it's far from not even asking them to learn our ways and to acclimate and to assimilate. But no, we're going to have little ghettos of them, and they'll speak their own language there. And you have all these Somalis,
Irish.
Ilhan Omar coming out and saying,
Potato.
I'm representing Somalia.
Isn't it kind of just the same thing
Famine.
that they said about your Irish family, your full-blooded Irish family? It's kind of the same stuff they said, no?
I don't have full
They said, but like that early 20th century, they were saying that about like
my
an
ancestors
Irish.
go back to 1640.
Enough about that.
And oh my gosh, if only the worst immigrants we had were the Irish. Oh my gosh, would we be in heaven right now? Yeah, and by the way, the Irish immigrants were in trouble.
Okay, but like what I'm saying is
If
this.
only that was
But they're like America now, right? Irish, Italians, and Jews coming into Ellis Island. They're like kind of American.
Yeah,
at this point.
well, we're probably talking about what, 3 or 4 generations.
Yeah, but like what I'm saying is
You wouldn't
people
be
are
here,
saying the same
Anne.
thing you're saying about Ilhan Omar about those guys.
None of them. This is why I say, and by the way, they were absolutely criminal and monstrous. The Irish. Jews brought us, communism and anarchism. Italians brought us our first organized crime the country's
Insider
ever
trading
had.
too. We did
So
that too.
they weren't. It wasn't all sweetness and light, and oh my gosh, how could anyone ever say this?
For anybody.
There was a reason to say you better assimilate and get used to American ways. And who were the toughest on the Jews, by the way? The Ashkenazi
Nazis.
Jews.
What?
No, in America. Would you drop the Nazi stuff? It's not funny, Adam.
We're obsessed with the Nazis.
It's so not
I
funny.
love the attention.
That is so hacky.
What do you mean hacky?
It is so hacky.
So Mel Brooks can't dress up in a,
No,
as
I
in a
beg
Nazi
you
uniform?
to drop the hack jokes. You're a funny guy. That isn't.
Listen.
You keep thinking
The basis of
Nazi,
Jewish comedy is Nazi, okay?
Yeah, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
What do you mean? You don't think?
And I love it.
funny?
And I love it.
Didn't say Nazi, Nazi, Nazi every 10 seconds as his punchline.
Do you think that
This is such a hack move. You're above hackery.
Listen,
So,
Ann, do you think that like
Listen.
maybe in the Warsaw Ghetto there were some guys that were really funny?
yes, they did assimilate, and they
Yes.
didn't try running for president when they first got here. In fact, many of them.
Those jokes
were
are funny.
But
They're
I
really
also
funny.
want to go back to: do you really think there's not a difference in Europeans, be they Jewish, Italian, and Irish, and someone from Somalia?
They're black.
No, it's a very different culture.
But what I'm saying is, it's kind of arbitrary, right? Unless you
Yeah.
factor in like
It's not arbitrary.
unless you factor in like the skin, right?
Well, where did the Industrial Revolution happen? Who invented the wheel and who didn't? There are things other than skin color baby cakes.
Jews did. What are you saying? Or the Irish? We didn't get the European Enlightenment for 100 years because we were like we're freezing cold and the Cossacks keep coming in and trying to cut
As
our heads off.
fascinated as I am
We
with
were-
Jews,
we were
can
not
we
like-
move on?
No, we were not modern. We were not.
Yes, I'm sure you were really horrible.
We were trash.
Yeah, so were Irish and Italians.
We
they
were
were still
European.
Europeans.
The Irish? What are you talking about? They were like the British just like were like these people are disgusting.
Yeah, and they haven't seen Somalis yet.
The Italians, the northern Italians,
Why-
the ones that came over then.
She doesn't know. She doesn't get it. She's never gonna get it.
They're all the people that were told they were disgusting. Those three groups.
And yet, out there, someplace in the world, there was something even
How's
more
it?
disgusting.
I don't know anything about Somalia. Okay, I saw
Damn,
Black Hawk Down,
what
I saw
the
Captain
fuck?
Phillips. I'm the captain now. That's pretty much the extent of my thing.
Yeah, they're
but it's
lovely
just like
people.
you can't possibly say that the Irish and you even said that they contributed to organized crime,
Italians,
and
not Irish.
and anarchism.
That was your people.
Yeah, and whatever the
Communism.
and
Damn,
the
man.
Irish were just
Monstrous criminals, illiterate brutes. You were. Look it up.
okay. What I'm saying is that's trash too, right?
Yeah, and it took like one generation to turn them around. Maybe two. All of
What?
them. All of them.
What?
Because they came from a culture that had roofs, walls, indoor plumbing.
They don't have buildings.
They had the wheel.
I think they have buildings in Somalia.
Yeah, they have nice little huts.
So okay, there's that story of like the St. Louis, the boat, right? Of like people.
Oh, are we back to the Jews again?
Well, let's pretend they're not Jewish, but like if let's say that there were like some other guys that were trying to get away from the Holocaust. Do you think that that it was a good thing?
How much time do we have left, and how many more Jewish questions are we going to have?
Well, there's a big.
Why are they
how
Jewish?
Many Nazi references are we going to have?
I'm not saying
this is getting a teensy bit repetitive.
This is okay. Listen, ask any friend. Zach, how much do I talk Nazis? Constantly. Yeah. It's just a thing that we're obsessed with. Listen, I mean, it's.
All right, why wouldn't you be? Come on.
You like a double espresso.
Okay, we'll go out. We'll go for the.
One of these weeks, I have to reboot Wolfenstein and do the rest of the DLC.
As are some of our model immigrants, and Hollywood is one of the examples of that. They talk about assimilators. They do WASP culture better than WASPs do.
They do?
They took, Irving Berlin with all of the patriotic and Easter Parade, all those movies, Christmas in Connecticut.
A lot of Christmas songs too.
Ralph Lauren, that is WASP style, the way no WASP has ever done it. No, if only the Somalis could be like that.
Well, then that's my question. Like, what?
Why don't you give them a chance to pick it up first?
What do you define as?
Because how do you think the Jews did it with the WASP? To her point,
American culture, because I think American culture is awesome, right? Like that's why when you hear Adele singing, they do it in an American accent, right? Because we're the coolest, right?
I prefer King Charles' accent. I think we should all learn.
But he's not a singer. What I'm saying is as a cultural exporter, American culture has been awesome.
Yeah.
Right? Rock and roll. Mm-hmm. We've done sick things, but what do you define in your definition as what is American culture? And what is the thing that we have to preserve? And then what is the thing that's under threat?
Well, the thing we have to preserve
don't get mad at me.
No, I'm not. I'm thinking.
Okay, good.
That was a thoughtful question.
I'm nice. I'm a really nice guy.
That was a very thoughtful question. I was thinking about it. No one's ever put it exactly that way. So the American culture we have to preserve for the good of the country is one thing. The culture you're talking about, the movies, the music, the style, the fashions, the art, that sort of thing, that's a different kind of culture. I think it partially grows out from the culture that needs to be saved. And the culture that needs to be saved comes from the Magna Carta and Britain. It is a WASP culture.
But those are political documents. Those aren't cultural.
That's the culture that allows us the freedom and innovation and individualism to do all the other good stuff. And it's a very distinctive culture, and it ought to be examined by the rest of the world because it has produced this incredibly prosperous, successful.
I know what she's talking about, but Adam isn't wrong. They're not cultural documents.
This is part of what I said. I just thought of it now to Vivek.
He established certain ideas, but that's not culture.
Unfortunately, it's not being believed a lot in this country right now. But it is something, or the right to bear arms. That is something that generation after generation after generation of American, it is part of our DNA now. We get it, we understand it, we don't have to read a book to know what to say on the debate stage.
It's awesome.
Yeah. So that
academic text isn't culture.
Also, getting
some academic tests can talk.
Attach the high IQ people.
Academic text isn't culture. Some academic tests, some things can be culture, music annotation is culture, right? Because it's basically how do you sing this, how do you play this instrument to deliver this song, or how do you lyrics is culture, right? But and then it's not academic text, but text by itself isn't culture, but something purely how do I put this? I don't see a history book as culture. That's not culture. That's just an academic text that details history. you could confuse it with culture because you like it that much, but that's not culture. You know, holidays are culture, rituals are culture, right? Like the fact that we celebrate Halloween, that's a culture. The fact that what's the name of that? Certain Irish holidays, Oktoberfest. Fourth of July, in a sense, because it's a national holiday that has a culture. But text by itself isn't culture.
And you get this I think, quite a magnificent culture. I also think part of it is the mixed, which I write about in Adios America, and it's about the only good mix, you know, where diversity kind of works, and that is white.
It's okay if you like that kind of stuff, but that's not culture.
And black people, we got so much of our culture from African Americans, from the slang, the styles, the music, the rock and roll.
But that's culture.
Part of one of the many terrible things about our mass immigration policies is I refer to them as foundational black Americans. Black Americans have been in this country as long as white Americans. But now we're bringing in immigrants from, they weren't.
But not all the other blacks.
From Africa. They weren't all slaves, but yes. In the Northeast.
The blacks that we bring on the ships, they're central to all the other blacks from everywhere else.
And instead, immigrants come in.
The blacks from Africa, they're okay, but all the other blacks, every other continent that's also here, Somali states, they're not okay, according to Ann Coulter. All the blacks.
1975 and say, oh, we'll take the affirmative action.
Right.
Oh, I'll take that job for the diversity officer at Harvard. And you know who are the worst? The Indians.
So you think I should go back to Africa?
Yeah, I hear things are going great.
He is. She's very mean.
Do you feel like I don't know, like, don't get mad.
But the crutch of her argument is in sense.
Like being mean?
My favorite thing about you.
What? Like what?
He's such a rage baiter, bro.
I am not.
She's such a rage baiter.
I am sweet.
Apparently, I'm trans shooter.
Right.
I'm a trans shooter. I don't know. It's just like, don't you think like sometimes you say something, you hurt someone's feelings?
You know, they've done studies.
Like
it's not based on that, but okay.
Feelings to hear someone say that.
Yeah, and they're really worried about white Americans.
How do you know? You never met her.
I know the things she says about white Americans.
I don't know if she says it that way.
But anyway, do I worry that it hurts people's feelings? So there are all these studies on differences in men and women. We are biologically very different. And one of the biggest ones is, besides, you know, the pickle jar test, is males will always...
Besides the pickle jar test.
Are you more interested in the truth or people's feelings? Males say, no, the truth. And females
She's rage baiting.
Feelings, we don't care about the truth.
But it's not nice of her.
She's rage baiting. Rage baiting.
Well, like, okay, so if you see, you live in New York City, right? And kind of one of the nice things that I've always felt about living here is just like it's like we don't have a lot of space. Most people are kind of leaving each other alone, right? Like, and there's a ton of different. Like, I go to the deli. There's a guy from Yemen. He's not doing radical terrorism. He's just giving me cigarettes because
No, they're great.
Just like I feel like living in New York, it's like you don't walk down the street and see some type of immigrant. You're like, oh god damn it, that's so. Is it annoying for you?
No, that's silly. But it's New York.
It's not silly.
The port cities have always been like that. But when it's like that in Utah, when it's like that in North Dakota, you are changing the fabric of the country. Yes, some number of immigrants we've always had come in.
Who cares?
And they've been great, but for one thing, we took slightly different immigrants, but mostly we took them in smaller portions and allowed them and their kids and their grandkids time to get with the program. We're so not doing that now.
But when you live here and there's all different types of people, genuinely speaking, I don't have a problem with any minority group other than the Hassans. I mean, like they're like the traffic in South Williamsburg is terrible. They park their fucking vans in the middle of the street as like if they're bad citizens. They don't fix anything
Okay,
when it breaks in your apartment.
The massive number of
They're the worst ones we can admit. The rest of everyone is I'm fine with.
The mass number of Venezuelan criminals were not like a blessing to this city.
Are there Venezuelan criminals that bothering you?
Yeah, you know where the Migrant Hotel is? By Grand Central Station and the Yale Club and the Harvard Club? It became like one of the most dangerous areas in the city. And yes, they're raping kids, they're stealing from going by on their mopeds, ripping people off.
Arepa. It's a food. I don't think they're Cut that. I just think that, like, listen.
That's hilarious.
The way they talk about, the way that, yeah, but that makes people retarded. The way people talk about New York City on the news as this like hellscape cesspit.
It's not.
You're like you're talking shit about us, our thing, and it's nice here. We go to nice restaurants. It's pretty. We have the. You're going to. Where are you going after this? Where are you going after this?
It used to be really great when New York was safe enough that the subway that taxpayers pay for could be used by people like me.
There
I
has
haven't
always
been able
been
to take the
people that
subway
poop
since
their pants on the
2020.
subway.
No, it was perfectly safe for me. It is not now.
There's always
I
been
could walk
people
home
pooping
alone.
their pants.
I could have taken the subway at any hour during Bloomberg. Any hour.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
Where
a
are you
problem.
going after this, Ann?
None of your beeswax, Adam.
You're going to the opera, right?
None of your
And what is it? It's like La Traviata or something? You're going to like a classical opera, kind of
No.
classical Western culture? No,
Okay.
no. What opera is it? Just say it.
Okay, neither of us are wild
Just say
about
your
it.
thing.
No, it's a modern opera.
A
It'll
modern
probably
opera?
Be terrible.
You're fucking. You're Nancy Pelosi. A modern opera.
He
Where are you
rage
gonna-
baits.
Are you gonna go go in a Prius to your modern opera?
And then she goes out.
And I just think that you're from New York, right? Like with the American culture, you don't go to NASCAR.
Oh, I'd love to.
You don't go to the Iowa County Fair and eat like fried dog shit. You don't. You're like
Well, that doesn't sound very
you're coastal.
enticing.
Well, all the candidates have to do that. They're like, we got to eat fried dog shit.
I don't think that's what they sell there.
You went to Cornell. You're friends with like cool gay guys. You're French, Ann. You're French.
No, I bathe daily.
You have more in common with a French than an Ohio fentanyl guy.
No, I have
Yes,
more
you
in
do.
common with anyone who grew up in Connecticut or the entire Northeast, or Texas,
Sure.
or most of the South these days.
That's the irony, right?
More in common with anyone that grew up.
Anyone.
That's the irony.
All right. Well, what about for Las Vegas South African Jewish guy?
Wildly in common. The
Are you gonna
commonalities never
Are
end.
you gonna hide me? When President Fuentes is trying to put me in Auschwitz too? Please.
Fritz is
I want the clicker on how many Jewish references and Nazi references we get.
nice.
Oh, that is true. When they opened Auschwitz 1, they were like, this is too much Jewish references.
Yeah.
I feel like we're best friends.
That was 2 within 10
Let's
seconds.
play a game.
I swear to God, if this has
Here's a
anything
game.
to do with the Nazis.
It's a newlywed game, right?
Mhm.
So you're gonna have to fill out like what my favorite movie is, book, song, and then I'll do yours, and we'll see who gets it right. Why don't you want to play?
I'm not. I'm looking at it. I was thinking.
Isn't it fun?
Uh-huh.
You could put like the bird cage or whatever you think I watch. Okay, does anyone have a pen? In this generation, they don't have pens anymore. I have to
You
win
know, if
Ann
you
over
have
one more
this-
time.
Why
She
would you-
hates that I'm Jewish. We're annoying, Ann. You live in
Why?
New York City.
Why
you
would
live
you
in
come
Israel.
up with
Oh yeah.
this without having a pen?
I have a. That's a. You're writing on a portrait that I did of Steve Harvey.
Very nice.
Thank you. I started painting during COVID.
That is
Yeah.
pretty good. Yeah, it was a good
Ann needs
idea
one.
to come up with this game without having a pen out here. Wait, are you going to do it? Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. I have mine written down for you.
Mine will be done in 10 seconds.
Really? You're stereotyping? What are you going to say? The Torah? I'm going to stop. For the rest of our friendship, I'm going to stop
By the way, this pen
Jewish
is
and
barely
Nazi.
working.
Are you going to be funny or you're going to get laughs?
No, I think
feel like
I
you
think
are
I'm
funny.
correct.
Schindler's List?
Okay, who's reading them?
Nice.
I'll read yours and then we'll see. So let's do movie.
Go.
You first.
No, you first.
And you first, please. It's my house. It's my. It's my game.
Okay, I'm gonna give you all of them at once.
No. We gotta go back and forth. It's more fun that way. You have to go to your Democrat fucking modern opera. I'm sorry,
I think it's
keeping you
more
back.
fun.
Best movie. What's my favorite movie?
Sophie's Choice.
No. Boogie Nights, Barry Lyndon, probably Kubrick. What?
No.
I like movies. Birth of a Nation.
Diary of Anne Frank.
Falling Down. You might like Falling Down.
No, all wrong. Book Diary of Anne Frank.
Have you seen Falling Down? Michael Douglas, he like kills all these people and then he does suicide. Okay. Diary of Anne Frank. No, it's not that good of a book. Me? I mean, what's the best book or my favorite book?
I believe we're supposed to be playing the Newlywed Game, which would be your favorite book.
I want a divorce. My favorite book is probably. I mean, I like what do you? And first of all, can you stop making Jewish and Nazi references with that? Okay. But
Nice.
Came up with this game, and you can't think of an answer.
This is not a Jewish or Nazi. I would say. I mean, like it's probably like the Counter Life, or like I think The Great Gatsby is incredible. Like.
Oh, okay, The Great Gatsby.
I think it's probably the best book, modern book. Why? Do you like that one?
Meh.
It's about the American dream. Sure, you should check it out. Okay, your favorite book, Mein Kampf by Adolf Hitler.
Okay, and yours is Diary of Anne Frank.
Okay,
Your song is something by, I forget his first name, Mickey Friedman and the Texas J Boys.
Who's Mickey Friedman?
Look that up. What's his
Kinky
first
Friedman?
Kinky,
It's just some one guy you met on a fucking panel for Bill? The guy, the Jewish cowboy that was...
Yep.
That is a whack one. Okay, your favorite song is Flight of the Valkyries by Richard Wagner.
Well,
Good one.
See the trend of this.
This is hilarious.
Future President Shapiro.
No, he's whack. Your favorite president is Reich Chancellor Adolf Hitler.
I can't believe you actually think this is funny.
No,
hottest
and I'm
person,
just I'm teasing.
That girl in Will
I'm being
and Grace.
annoying. What?
That
Hottest
girl in
girl?
Will and Grace.
Deborah Messing?
That's it.
She's beat. She's disgusting to me. I think the hottest girl, or hottest person,
hottest person.
Reich's Chancellor Adolf Hitler. And
She need a comedy writer. This is so hacky.
I'll tell
Yeah,
you.
it's,
You want to hear one?
Let me
it
guess.
is a bit, just slightly,
It's about
but
Nazis.
No.
It's about Jews.
it's still hilarious.
Oh, he's stuck for an answer. He can't do it. Oh, is Adam pouting? No, you can't do
I
it.
told you that I'm a sensitive person and I don't like mean people.
If it's not Nazis or
I don't
Jews,
like-
you don't. You're stuck for a joke.
It's not true.
And by the way, those aren't jokes. It's so hacky.
Why? It's
Not true.
Come on.
It is funny. It is
You don't
funny.
think the
It is
Nazis-
funny.
You don't think it's
It's
kind of funny
funny.
that I went to Brazil?
It's hilarious.
That's kind of funny. Like via.
I am so writing an angry letter to the New York Times.
An angry
How does
letter.
a 22-year-old want to write letters? All right, I guess I'll just end it by saying this has been the best day of my entire life. I didn't believe in the concept of a twin flame. I'm crying. I didn't believe in the concept of a twin flame until you walked into my life. I want to have a Presbyterian wedding with you. I want to stop cussing. I want to get a haircut.
No, your hair is perfect.
I want to say Easter is right around the corner. I want to say please and thank you and not mean it.
Easter Parade by Irving Berlin.
And culture, everyone. What are you doing, guys?
There are 3 people here. They can't make that much noise.
Alright. The one video was I know, that's crazy. That was not wise of me. Still did anyways because, yes, I did sit through that. And yes, I do watch this stuff. And yes, it is funny and entertaining and all that stuff. Let me think about how I want to do this. Because now this is rehearsed. Now we're going to play a game. I'm firing it up right now. Let me think. There you go. That's what I'm titling. Okay. All right. Let's just fire it up and see how. I already kind of sort of tried this. Like I wanted to try something different tonight. I wanted to try, I was advocating for what I do a lot on Blue Sky, or one of the things that I've been mentioning on Blue Sky is that like developers don't make like as many demos as they should, and they should because how do you know that a game is good until you play the demo, right? All you have in the past, what you would have is you would have like a trailer, and the trailer used to be really good, and the trailer was made by like some AAA company, somebody that's a good editor, somebody that knows how to like clip everything at the right moments. But like, actually, give me a second. One second. Someone that knew to clip everything at the right second. Somebody that really knew how to like tell like a narrative of how good the game was going to be before the player actually had a chance of playing it. But really good editors would then like try not giving the story away. Just like give bits and pieces of the visuals of the story, but not exactly the story, right? Including whatever twisted light. That's why, people in the past, I don't know if you've heard this kind of complaint before. People used to say, "Oh, that trailer gave for like movie trailers, that movie trailer gave the story away." The same thing could happen in video games. So this developer has released a game that's. I'm gonna play the demo for this game, right? I'm gonna play it on stream. Gotta check it out. This is the first time I'm going to like even look at the game, and we will see, and we'll just make a judgment about it. I'm going in this blind. I know nothing about the game. I know absolutely nothing about the game other than like what they posted on like their Steam page, right? I'm hoping it's going to be a great game. It may not be a good game, but that's the point. The point is like we don't know until we try it out. And if we try it out and we think it's great, then it might be something that people might pick up. It might be not something nobody wants to pick up, right? It might not be my cup of tea, right? Or I might think it's absolutely fantastic. But a demo gives people the chance to like try things out. And so that's what we're going to do tonight. We're going to play the game of this freaking game. All right. So, let's go. As it's loading. It's sure taking a while to load. This night's been great so far. This night's been fucking fantastic. Let me check to make sure that you can hear it. I don't know if you can hear it, but I can hear it, and it's very loud in my ears. I need to turn it down. It's very loud in my ears. Oh, that's interesting. That's pretty interesting. So according to the volume mixer, like the volume mixer picked up the game, but the volume mixer also picked up something else that's running in JavaScript, and I could tell because its name it ends with JS, and that's what's controlling the sound, and that's what I hear, and that's what you hear, and that's the thing I had to reach for. Before then, it was just blowing my eardrums, you know. But now it's at a nice, comfortable level. It was just way too loud. Yeah, so we're playing this game. Actually, you know what? I should probably change the title to... There we go. Okay, perfect. Alright. Going in blind. Haven't played it. Place. I like the art style. Film. Is this like a snuff film? Careful, the hour of the dead is when spirit energy is strongest. Honey, I'm so scared. Don't be afraid, Maggie. I'm here. August 1st. What is that? Oh, it's 11:59 p.m. Will it be very scary? Cardassian? Didn't you say you want to see a movie to wake you up? His name is Brad. I am a bit sleepy. What the fuck? The internet went out? Go find someone to fix it. These couple of days. It might be hard to find someone working at this hour. It's all her fault. Of all the places, she had to die in the office. Wait, what? Everyone's freaked out now, and nobody's working overtime anymore. Wait, somebody died at the office? Don't be mad. I'll go out and take a look. Go. Buzzkill. What is this about? Check the router? Don't turn on the lights. They're too bright. Are you serious? Okay, just a minute. Oh, I'm next to a light switch. It's pretty cold. The AC is turned way too low. I should get the lights on first. I remember there being a switch by the door. What's going on? I want the lights turned on. Whatever, I'll use my phone for now. Oh my god. This is terrible. Where is the router again? The office router. Why are the lights on again? What's the problem? Wait. What? Jesus, my racket. Why is it on the floor? Wow, why are the lights randomly turning on for like no reason? Oh god, this is a horror movie, isn't it? That's not good. This is very uneasy. Router looks fine. That's what a router was? Brad, the network's back. Oh, got it. But we'll toss these expense forms around. The AC isn't even on. Why is it so cold? Oh. Why is it so cold but the AC is not on? Brad, where did you run off to? Coming. That scene. So exhausting. Tell me about it. That's why I don't watch reality TV. That's weird. So spooky. No wonder people say the company's haunted. Yeah, well, that wasn't there before, Heather. If you're really out there, I wish you move on and be reborn soon. Times are tough for everyone these days. Brad, where the hell did you go? Oh, coming. What the fuck? What's going on? I can't get out. Tony, I'm scared. Don't be scared. I'm here. Scared my ass. It's not even scary, okay? Same old crap. I'm about to fall asleep. You really are fearless. Well, duh. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world. What the fuck? What are you guys doing in the middle of the night? I don't get why people even like this garbage. I mean, how bored do you have to be? Well, don't these people have jobs? No wonder they're all broke-ass losers. Jesus, this sounds like something in Kardashian. Well, yeah, well, not everyone is as career-driven as you, miss. Damn right. Instead of wasting time on garbage like this, we could be doing something else, don't you think? Oh, God. Please kill them already. Oh, shit. Who's there? Nice. At least they're not horny anymore. That was annoying. You asshole. What? Now I'm the Kardashian? God damn you. Of all the things that the lights won't turn on. Of all the things I would like to be in this life. It's not that. Let me tell you. Buddha bless me, Buddha bless me. Impossible. This defies all logic. Hey. Oh, wow, that's a nice animation. Wait, why'd the light turn? What the hell? This is too creepy. Yeah, I kind of agree. Fuck, be a man and get it together. I fainted. So useless. Wow, that's crazy. Ah, Heather, stop scaring me. Don't come after me. It wasn't my fault. Heather. Shoo. Still scary. I need to get out of here now. Can't pull his phone out. Useless in vain, but still gripping his phone so tightly. That's crazy. Stay in the line. Ah, ahead. What is happening? Everything's getting blurry. What? Oh shit. Have you submitted this much expenses? Oh shit. The old saying goes, death is not a period, but a comma. When mortals pass, their souls leave their bodies and ascend to heaven for reincarnation. Yet, some refuse to do so. Bound by their earthly obsessions, they chose to linger in the mortal realm. Their waywards are classified as spirit. These waywards are classified as spirit permanent residents, the so-called stubborn souls. Spirit permanent residents? However, a mischievous few own their spiritual powers to meddle with the living, birthing various urban legends and ghost stories. Thus, stands an ancient professor monetized spirit agents. Ghost hunting journal. Sure. That's what I'm here for. August 3rd, 10:18 a.m. Oh, I'm business card holder, River Wren and Lynn Media Agency Consulting Company Limited, General Manager Bruce Lynn. Agent Consulting. This is a media company? Other China Supernatural Research Society South Branch Managing Director Bruce Lynn. River Run Lindamic Culture Company Limited Chairman Bruce Lynn. Riverfolk Association Advisor Bruce Lynn. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Classically styled interior. A natural dip in wood table is made into a winding steam tea ceremony style. The middle-aged man opposite gently counts beads on his bracelet. He wears a neat dark taoist robe. His belly is slightly round, and another bead necklace hangs on his plump neck. Is there anything else I'm missing? So this deceased Miss Wong reappeared at your company after her death? Yes, Heather died last Sunday. Last Sunday, meaning today, is her first seventh day, the soul return day. Her first seventh day? First seventh day? Yeah, exactly. After death, a soul remains in the earthly world for 7 days. Then the soul should return to heaven, enter the cycle of reincarnation. I see. But when a soul is about to leave, its attachments are strongest too. Never underestimate it. If the soul has too many obsessions, it may even refuse reincarnation. Really? If so, that Miss Wong's soul might haunt your company forever. That can't happen, Master. It's so unfair. No one knew Heather had a heart condition. If she was sick, why work overtime? I didn't force her. Master, our company has been busy, it's true. But isn't everyone these days? How can it be my fault? After her incident, the company paid $200,000 in compensation. Her parents didn't say anything. Why can't she just let it go? Adnibara? I don't know how to say that. Life is full of resentment, separation, unfulfilled desires. Tell me about it. How many can truly see through it? Master, honestly, I've had it rough lately. If word gets out, indeed, everyone's rather superstitious nowadays. I can't do voices right now for some reason. Master, do you see a way to deal with this? I'ma try. Miss Jin, I can't do it. I can't do his voice. You are a destined one. There is naturally a way. Tell me, just fix it. And then media, 10 years of professional service, sincere dedication, VIP exclusive services, supreme gadgets, world-renowned elite spirit agents serving with maximum dedication. Success rate 99%. 10 years. Yes. Yeah, 10 years now. 99%. 99%. 88. What does that mean? What does the 8 mean? So I said, you are a destined one. You see, it happens to be our agency's 10th anniversary. All services are 5% off. Is that how much it costs? There's a discount. Master, if it's the world-class spirit agent, there won't be any problems, right? Of course, we have the best experts. They're a media company. Okay. Now it makes sense. Now it makes sense. So this kind of, I know how this kind of story goes. Still, yeah. Why not? I believe it. It's bad so far, I think. I just suck at acting right now. Is that an Inuyasha poster? Already, huh? I'm at the square. There's a job tonight. I'll say hi to Mom and Grandpa first, then pack up and head out. Jolin, bring all the equipment shift to run. I'll tell you up later. Gotcha. I can't get over this running animation. The workbench is coming in spirit hunting tools. Packing in the bag. Got the thermometer gun. Got EMF reader. Got electric paper doll. Got spirit pad. Ouija board. Got voodoo doll. Sure, typical stuff. Why is there stuff missing? Where's the camera? Where did I put it? A wooden box sits on a nightstand. Open. Put the ring on. Okay. Better find a camera first? Okay. I didn't realize that was outside. Mommy, morning. Wait, good night. Mom, it'll be the day soon. I'll come see you, boss. Don't worry about me. I'm doing just fine. Mom and Grandma. Oh, Grandma's photo. Mom's photo. Oh, that's sad. Which girl's punk is this? The nerve. Who's got a death wish coming in my house to make trouble? Just wait till I catch you. Spirits often cause changes in sun temperature. Take out the thermostat and head outside to find this punk. Only 10 odd days left until the day. Exercise the house. So there's a ghost in the house. Too early to go out. There it is. Trying to run. Too late to run now. Spirits leave electromagnetic interference behind. Try the EMF reader. Set switch detection. I think I'm on it. Oh, I see. I'm just dumb. Bread. I knew it. Heaven has a road, but you won't take it. Hell has no door. Shit, you barge right in. We're pretending to come out. Chan, you again. How come you're never scared? Did you forget what I do for a living? But I thought the vibe just now was perfect. Nice try, I'm reporting you to heaven. Whoa, I'm just messing with you. Messing with me? Did you forget how you died? Well, that day I went to Cosplay Con on the way back that night. Looking like that in the middle of the night, you scared a passing driver half to death, and he ran you over dead. What can I say? The costume was too good, truly a masterpiece. My masterpiece. Ha, dead. It's still no self-awareness. There's a character flaw, I'm telling you. Oh no, here's the thing. There's a carnival at South Heaven Gate here tonight, so I headed out early. But the sun was brutal today, so I popped into your fridge for a break. Nice deflection. You took my stuff too, didn't you? Well, this is a party. There is a party, so it hit me. I just borrowed your camera real quick. Dream on, give it back. Don't be so stingy. Breaking and entering, manifesting to scare people, and now petty theft? You really made something of yourself, dude Chan. No need to put it so harshly. Oh, right. My intended switch careers to horror streaming. The racket is killing me. Again. Jolene, do you think maybe I could? No. How could you be like this? We're neighbors. I held you when you were a baby. Get lost. Cheapskate. Unbelievable. Is my house a public toilet? Waltzing in and out whenever he pleases? Got an instant camera. All packed, time to shower and head out. Speaking of which, where the hell did the old man go? He's nowhere in sight. This is where I go. Oh, I see. It's not facing me. You ready to go out? What the hell? Just sits in the toilet like that. Don't you know how to lock the door? Disgusting. Pervert. Creepy. You're one to talk. You didn't even knock before entering. Talking back? You're so old, but you're still acting like a child. What do you mean old? I just turned 30. Right. Forever 30. Look at everyone else. Is there anyone as unreliable as you? Look at you, eating my food, using my stuff, and completely useless. You didn't even notice the house getting haunted. First of all, I did not eat your food or use your stuff. Second, wait, haunted? By who? Dude Chan, he just scared the daylights out of me. That doofus? Scary how? Forget it, now scram. I need to shower and change. Blah blah blah. Where did she even learn to be this fierce? We got some time to goof around, do something useful. Go wash the dirty clothes in my room. Do the laundry? No villains or ghosts allowed. And who's that supposed to be about? We taught her to leave stuff lying around. Tidy up. Her clothes on the floor. I'll toss it in the washer. Why do I have to do it? Why can't she do it? It doesn't make any sense. Nothing but manga. JoJo's TA, Ghost White Paper, Spirit White and White. What kind of manga is this? Just weird poses. Yeah, JoJo is a lot of weird poses. Oh, it's streaming late at night? Hey, I take that personal. Leave it. So much dust. Julian forgot to clean again. That's better. Does anywhere else need to be cleaned up first? House closing. That machine's always faulty. Try the electric paper doll. Press I to open the backpack. Control spirit energy. Consume spirit energy. Control 10 seconds. Charges. Self-destruct. Fix. Time to watch some TV. Wait, seriously? This thing. I'm beat. CCTV, dear soccer fans. The long-awaited El Caso is happening tonight. RM is on a hot streak with 8 wins in a row. Barca, on the other hand, has been struggling lately, and there's even rumors about the coach getting fired. Gotta watch the game tonight. The phone's ringing. Where did Jolene put her phone? Let me check. Why are you checking her phone? Did I miss it? This call from Len. Don't touch my phone! Danger. Dan, do you really want to hurt me? It wouldn't kill you. I told you not to rummage through my stuff. I have control of her again. What? What? It's more like it. Uncle Lynn's rushing me. Time to get to work. Okay, wrap it up early. There's a match on tonight. Alright, let's go. Hurry up. Go into the square. Such a goofy run. It's funny. Aww. Yeah, that's the bathroom. My bad. Voice locked. What's back there? It's a small playground by the old factory. I played there as a kid. No packages today. Colin, just got up again? Jackie Chan, no work again? Nonsense, my business is great. Come try it sometime. I developed a new style recently. Using me as a guinea pig. Last time you messed up my hair dye. You forgot that I didn't even charge you last time. Yeah, at least it's free. Can't complain with that. You can't complain a little. Hello, old boss. Swing, swing. Like a parrot. For the elderly, good health is enough. True. Nanny Lou. Jolene, eaten yet? No, I've been dieting lately. Skipping dinner won't do. Come here, let me make some noodles. And dieting is a terrible way to, not eating is a terrible way to diet. Got mild spicy noodles. Just mild. It's a contradiction. You can't be mild and spicy. Just saying. Down there's the riverbank. Construction's been blocking the way. Go right to catch the metro. Why does it keep barking at me? You can smell a villain. Good boy, Wolfie. Right, my Wolfie has been good since he was little. Your grandson's almost on summer break, right? He said he had a summer internship. It's hard for uni-grads to find jobs right now. Tell me about it. But, this is Japan, so. I'm going back to my parents' house. Watch the shop. I stand loose, daddy-in-law. God is long. Sorry. What's wrong with my words tonight? Gotta find Uncle Lynn first. Oh, that's how you save in this game? I did that completely by accident. Uncle Lynn. Ah, Jolene, you're here. You sure can't sleep. Business time. What's the job tonight? It's a rich lady. An employee died from overwork, and now the spirit is haunting her. The info's here. Only 27. Seems like exploitation to me. Heather Wong, age 27, female, Middle Bamboo Village, Gold, Lighttown, River City, graduate, accounting management, Southwest Financial College. Yeah, that does sound like exploitation company. River Run real estate agency company. It's a real estate agency. Junior financial assistant. Address room 41. I can't read that. Forsyth International Tower, Dragon Avenue, New Tech Valley, River City. What kind of address is that? Cause of death, cardiac arrest from overwork on July 29th. She worked herself until she had a heart attack. That's crazy. Pronounced dead after emergency treatment. Railed. Client requests. After her death, Wong's spirit often appears at night, frightening and threatening employees. What's with the words? Why are the words so weird? Is that intentional? Or is that like a... But then, you take dirty money like this? What nonsense is he saying? She's a big client. Bought our Supreme package. Oh, right. I'm still young and don't know better. This is a company ID borrowed from the client for access. That mission file. That's ID card. Tonight's the first 7th there, the client said. Handle it fast and keep it quiet. Remember, be low key, don't make a big scene. Got it. It's in the New Tech Valley. I'll go check. Here's in the head group. Yeah, I got held up. Glad you're early. Is Zowling and Ping Ping still on the way? Said they'll be late. Want to warm up first? Let me catch my breath. You sing first. Okay, I'll sing. My love tells you. Great, I love that one. I have no idea what's going on. I'm out of here. I read heaven's design. I untangle the heart's doubts A reading, young lady? Yeah, sure. Alright, one reading. Let's see. Extraordinary bone structure. That face is a great fortune. With a face like this, misfortune tends to luck on its own, and yet what? Young lady, you have a warm heart, but with people, as with things, you mustn't judge by a surface alone. When have I ever? In any case, when trouble comes, don't let the first impression steer you. Remember, the heart is like water, only when still does it run clear. Would you be any more cryptic? I know, right? I saved lots. Where am I supposed to go? Where am I supposed to go? Hold on. No, seriously, where am I supposed to go? Am I stuck? Remember, relocate. I'm gonna see. Am I forgetting something? I feel like I'm fucking up somewhere. It's not obvious. This is back to the apartment. I'm not supposed to go there. How do I get to the location? Let's see. Oh. Going back already? Go back. Yeah. Okay, this isn't immediately obvious that this is the metro that I'm supposed to say. There's no way. New Tech Valley? Yeah, New Tech Valley should be here. Yeah. I wonder what happens if I press all the other things. Need sleep. Ouch. Out of my way. So many people. Rush hour. So these are the corporate slaves. See that ad over above? Big companies these days want talent like this. Take a pic and post it. Post on Snap. Are you serious? That's very believable. There's a flyer for Happiness 2's Yo Joy. Brand Riverside City, New Tech, Dragon Street, Foresight. You Joy property. Isn't that where we need to go? For Happiness 2's You Joy. Shitty realtors sure can talk. Why can't I? You got a good eye, miss. That agency is indeed unreliable. Oh, mister, you know this company well? You Joy? They're just upstairs from my company. A friend just talked into buying a place for them. They oversold it so much. Right after buying it, the price dropped. What? Lots of buyers went to their office to complain. Heard Detroit property's been haunted lately. Probably got scammed by them. No virtue, really. I see. Company does look shady. Well, the property market's been rough lately. This sculpture is pretty old, huh? Yeah, definitely older than me. You're still so young. Reincarnation and Spirituality, Decoding Communication and Souls. September 6th, Master Mingain expounds the Lotus Sutra. I think I've seen this monk show online. The spirit channeling one. Maybe he's the real deal. A clout chaser, nothing more. Duchan's went and tested him once, scared the master half to death. That's just sad. This must be the place. Foresight International Tower. Into the office of vtuber property. I can't talk to the guardsman? This is the place, vtuber. Yeah, 1401. Gotta swipe the ID card. Wait. What? Miss, what's your business here? Oh. I'm the daughter of vtuber's Kardashian Jin. My mom sent me to get something. Miss Jin's daughter? You? Sure, it's my ID card. Miss Jin hasn't married yet. Oh, don't say it out loud. Mom makes me call her 6 usually. You're quite the talker. So, I have a question. What's Miss Jin's phone number? Hand over the ID card. Okay. Get out of here. Okay. No people say they just don't know better. What? What a jerk. What now? Just a security guard. Can't stop me. Come on, old man. Your turn. Come on, old man. Deal with him. The badge is right at his elbow. I have to let him away. Try the electric doll. Wait, why is he? There it is. What's the deal? Looks wondering. I have to maintenance take a look at it later. Oh, that's not enough. No good. Not big enough distraction. Oh, I see. Okay. What's going on? I might be liable if someone gets hurt. Here, piece of cake. If you can't handle something this simple, you're completely useless. Why does he let her talk like that? To him like that? I don't get it. Number again? 14th floor. Gotcha. Oh yeah, 1401. That's 01. Which floor is it? 14th. Yep. That's a look at that boy band poster. What's going on? Could be seeing ghosts. See my foot? I should turn on the phone flashlight. I'm in it right now. Really? Interesting. Okay. Very interesting. Sense anything? Yeah, there's definitely traces of spiritual energy. Maybe 20 square. Maybe there's 3 burgers down in 1 mile. Wow, that could have gone back for 3 million. I could have gone for 3 million a few years back. Now there's a sad story. New York design looks fancy, so tacky, totally Nobel chic vibe. I know I mispronounced that word. Where's locked? It's open. Okay, cool. Glad I didn't have to use a key or something. What is it? The spirit's energy just got weaker. Huh? Thought she was a pro. Took out she's a rookie. Nah, I probably sensed us coming. I'll go check inside then. You hide first. Okay, remember to log into my OMG account and confirm the process. What the fuck? I have no idea what the... What? Oh. Oh, I see. Remember what we need to do. First, correctly fill out the suspect spirit info and then submit the project application. Second, handle the suspect spirit according to the handling opinion from OMG. For filling out the info, use detection equipment to find evidence of the spirit of the office and locate her hiding spot. Let's see what I brought. Gun and EMF reader. Try them one by one and see which open and second anomalies. The thermal gun will find its hiding place in the EMF skill will detect any clues it left behind. Okay. Alright, press O to open the OMB page and anytime. But by the way, this Heather seems pretty emotional. Better not miss anything in the room for now. Don't want to start her on. The EMF picks up something abnormal. You can snap it. A photo with a camera. Got it. Now get out of here. Seriously, so naggy. Whatever. Let me just get the thermometer gun and AMF out. Not quite what I had in mind, actually. At a 127 female. Don't need to investigate. Oh, so I can't even insert it? got you. Now looking around, it's pretty fun, Mr. Password. Pick up custom flowers and cake for boss's birthday. Confirmed now. My boss's age on cake. Confirmed them for CEO Chen's family being in real estate. Arrange cross snacks and grams. No, change family on drinks. Avian water. Change MR password. 250 plus quarter. Notify property 86. Driver. Those shots many photos from talked about surrounded by team building game photos. Don't see Heather. Andy Carr's puts on the desk. His name is Brad Pitt. Brad Pye, what a crazy name. With the electromagnetic interference if I use the EMF, I might find some clues. What a cringy name. Company trophies, Employee of the Year, Most Popular Employee, Yale Cup Champion, Tennis Doubles. They're all Brad Pye. So many books. 10 Principles of Efficient Employees, from good to great, impressive. I hate these kind of shit. This is like a letter under the trophy. This present is indicative more. Because of Heather, I'm formally resigning due to poor mental health. Thank you for your support from colleagues. Apologies for any inconvenience. Hope for prompt arrival. Okay. Brad Pye, date. I'll leave it here for now. Yeah, because you don't want to disturb her, right? It looks like Heather lingered here for a bit. Why is this racket just lying on the floor above some cheap knockoff? Company team building game photo. That one on the edge should be Heather, right? She doesn't look weird at all. She's standing out from the crowd though. Must be the boss's desk. Has steps and everything. I'll go up and check. I'm getting a reading. What's inside this safe? Get a password. I can't just guess at random. I'll come back to it. It's just too narcissistic. I agree. That's easy. Brad Pye, manager, 20%. Heather Wong, accountant, pays 50%. Oh, Heather just got a promotion and a raise? Then why is she making a scene now? So many things here are giving off EMF readings. Guess Heather really got it in for her boss. Photo Kardashian Jin and a middle-aged man. Who's a middle-aged man? Who's that? Be careful. Check around with it then. What's this in the trash? Tennis shoes, probably Heather's. Isn't that the person planning to quit? Maybe a loafer squirrel? Heather, congrats on the job. Keep fighting, Brad. Yeah, that tracks. Business called Heather Wong Jr., finance assistant. Seems like Heather's the only accountant in the whole company, and she's just a junior finance assistant. Oh wow, really? That's kind of crazy. I agree. Whole cabinet full of expense reports. Makes my eyes glaze over. This must be Heather's main job. Yeah, I know. Old chair must have been Heather's seat when she was alive. No cold tempers near the chair. Heather is here? Temperature's back to normal. But she ran out. Where'd she go? Scan the room temp again to see if anything's changed. Wonder what's inside. Damn, it's locked. How do I get it open? Weird company locks its meeting room. Presses word. I think I saw it at the front desk. Yeah, I did. $250 quarter. What's quarter? $250 quarter. Four? It's something that I have. just need to figure out the last number. I could just like fucking force it. Is an option. I would look goofy on stream, but it would work, right? But I can't re-equip with like only he can use cursed items? Oh, really? Okay, that's how that works. I gotcha. Okay, so I can't look at all the other photos. And now I have to go in here. 250. Go. 2500. 2501. I'm such a genius. 2503. I was it 2503? Oh, again. Give me frick, it's quite obvious. Well, she's in this room. Am I missing something? Okay, this is getting ridiculous. I am so lost. So sorry. Only he can use this? But if I turn it on, what am I supposed to do? That's weird. None to see the old man. What am I missing? So lost. So what am I missing? Oh, I see. This must be the place. Yeah, let somebody update him first. I need to read the document, right? Well, oh, hello. That's an obvious bug. July 29th. That's what I was looking for. There we go. There's one error. But just like there's two errors. Okay, I fucked up. So level 2. Okay. I'm just dumb. Handling. Violated the relevant regulations of the act concerning the conduct of spiritual entities and preservation of the moral realm. Charges, crimes of manifestation and frightening, poltergeist activity, and improper sexual conduct, public to be established. Considering the suspect is still within the first stage, is a first-time offender and the circumstances are not severe. After a decision to reduce reincarnation, rating has been made, downgraded previously, and the use cursed items to force manifestation. Collect items related to suspect spirituality of flesh and stuff. Process them using purification equipment to responsible for history. Effectively bring the spirit under control according to law. I don't know what that means. Done. Guess that's it. Gotta find the old man. Wait, why has to be... Where'd it go? Time to get to work. Done. The report submitted. Yep, submitted. Lynn told Joe to she found Joe Lynn, sorry. If you ask me, the most suspicious ones are the company boss and that guy named Brand. They must have wronged Heather. Yeah. And I just got promoted recently, so work-wise she should be doing fine. But in some kind of love drama, maybe even a love triangle. What a tired cliche. That's what people are into these days. My forbidden romance with the dominating CEO. Those web dramas. Do you think it's a bit much that HQ is asking us to kill Heather over something like this? She's already dead, remember? I still think the boss is a real piece of work, docking everyone's pay left and right. If she wasn't, she probably couldn't have sprung for our premium package. Interesting. What you said, Heather seems like an honest, decent person. The boss didn't wrong her either, but she's still scaring people after she died. So I'm guessing it's a relationship drama. I really think the ruling's too harsh. It's overkill. What can I do about it? Anyway, let's head and find Heather. Okay. Spirit energy has since now disappeared. I don't see hiding in the conference room. Right, keep an eye on the thermometer gun and check over the clues you found while you're at it. Mr. The meaning password, I found it easily. Aren't I the smartest? Come on, this is way too obvious. No, it's not. There was the resignation letter. Yeah, Heather must have really spooked him. I think this guy's suspicious. Yo, this racket's pretty nice. Really? Is it valuable? Probably around 10K. Whoa, that's crazy. A racket, this one's the one on the edge should be Heather. Yeah, the one in the middle is Brad Pye. Looks like a pretty boy. Yeah, it seems like it. Right. This woman's unbelievable, putting such a thing in the office. They'll say business is rough these days. You know, it's only Heather and Brad got the raises. Oh, I misread that. Well, looking at the sales rankings, Brad Pye's got the best numbers. As for Heather, 50% raise. That's a bit strange. She's not related to the boss or anything. Heather does the accounting work for the entire company by herself, though. Bosses don't see it that way. For a real estate agency, a good salesperson is definitely more important. Accountants are a dime a dozen. I forgot. He used to be that kind of heartless boss, too. Browsers with Feather. I'm doing a terrible job at acting this out. I'm sorry. That's Brad Pye, right? Yep, Heather. There's a lot of cultural references in the game. I get it. Yeah, Heather threw out their photo together. Love turned to hate, maybe? We'll jump to conclusions. We don't even know if she's the one who threw it out. Those should be Heather's sneakers. Cheap stuff. A cabinet full of expense reports. Quite a lot. Right, Heather has to handle all this stuff by herself. According to the thermometer gun, Heather was just here. Hid in the meeting room after I found her. Yeah. Wonder what's in the cabinet. The EMF reader reacted earlier too. Yeah, let's get it open later and check. No temperature. She's still there. She's still here. He opened it. What's the code again? Done. Careful. There might be an ambush inside. I just got caught by one. Boy, just follow my lead. Any tricks? I thought thought she's here. We need to move fast force her to show her herself ASAP. What did the handling opinion say? These curse items cause manifestation. Black items related to situation. You'll try to talk her down first. Then make her show herself. Try the spirit pad or the voodoo doll. Let's start with the voodoo doll. Never mind, this doll looks pretty creepy. Do you have any taste? This is dark gothic. It's totally in style right now. Using the needle next to you to prick the person in the photo. They're connected to Heather's impression. The voodoo doll will show corresponding emotional fluctuations. Fluctuations go past a certain threshold. The soul will manifest. Let me do it. Hello, Tang, Boss Loop, Dragon, Sarcom Group. Oh wow. I thought Heather targeted this heartless boss. No more of these. Guess that's all there is. Got you. Heather won't show herself. The voodoo doll's reacting strongly to the photo of that Cardassian. That has to be the Cardassian. I'm thinking love triangle. Maybe her boss swooped in and stole her guy or something. I mean, the photo of Heather and Brad Pye in the trash by her desk. They both look like tennis fans. But we just stuck a needle in Brad Pye's photo and the voodoo doll didn't react at all. Maybe the boss forced Brad Pye into it? So Heather doesn't blame him, but she hates the boss? Sounds like a stretch. So what's your theory? How should I know? Let's give the spirit pad a shot. I'm so terrible at this. I don't know why I'm being so terrible at this. I am a little sucked in though. Just a tad. You made it all flashy again. Doesn't matter, just hurry up. Hold to activate. Let's start with the basics. Right, lines on my face. My thermal can clearly show she's hiding right there. But at least she's willing to talk. Take it slow as I dig in a bit deeper with the next round of questions. What should I ask? I think who Heather knew when she was alive, for one. Also ask her personality, interests, and that sort of thing. Not much of a reaction. Alright, let's be more direct. Wait, that's quite a reaction. Feels like we're just short. Don't worry, the third question seems to have hit the mark. Remember that question? The excellent questions one after another. I should make herself. Yeah, I'll try again. $27. Interesting. Keep going. Am I coming out? Asking myself questions. Okay, I'll try again. They're right next to me too. Not much of a reaction. Alright, let's be more a little bit direct. I feel like I didn't care much about interpersonal relationships. He's someone who's more focused on himself. Okay, I'll try again. Interesting. Keep going. That's a strong reaction. It's like I struck a nerve. It's just short. No one did. It's this and this. In a single round of questioning, Keep asking questions that evoke such a strong reaction from her. She really make her show herself. Interesting. Keep going. Oh, finally losing your cool? Still not showing yourself? How long will you hide? Heaven has a road, but you won't take it. Hell has no door, yet you barge right in. Why does that line sound so familiar? You think you have quick reflexes? Why is her hair all over her face? Can't she even see anything? Don't know, said who? Sounds kind of familiar. You haven't seen The Ring? What's that? A famous horror movie back in the day. Oh, a movie from your era, huh? How dare you? I'm only 27. Who are you? Wait, you're not human? Had enough fun? How do you act like this before an angel? Angel? You? And you fail to recognize greatness. I am the angel. Heaven headquarters, Great China District Group. The code name. Wait, you're an angel? Every line missed the beat. Silence! Heather Wong, right? Yes. You're in trouble. Trouble? Your posthumous actions severely disrupted the moral world's social order, negatively impacted citizens' healthy lives, and caused extreme bad public influence. When your soul left your body, my colleague should have notified you of the relevant rules for lingering after death, right? Yes. Here I formally inform you, your actions violate the act concerning the conduct of spiritual entities and the preservation of the moral realm order, constituting crimes of manifestation and frightening poltergeist activity, and improper spectral conduct and public disturbance. This will significantly deduct from your reincarnation rating. Yes, your current actions affect your treatment in the next cycle of rebirth. Meaning, sins in this life must be repaid even in the next life. I won't accept this. What about my injustice? Why do the bad guys get to walk free? And who are you to judge me? Just so we're clear, I'm not the one judging you. The law is. You talk big game, but you're just like my boss, all rotten to the core. Miss Wong, I just suggest you calm down. It's over. Accept your fate. Don't make this harder than it has to be. But I'll never accept my fate. If you got the guts, come and get me. I'll hold her off. You go find the items quick. Well, find what? Soul lingering in the mortal realm. Draw their spiritual energy from the obsessions they had in mind. Remember what the opinion said? Go collect the obsession items related to heaven. Destroy them in the purification box. And she shouldn't be able to hold on. You mean you're afraid you can't beat her? Stop asking questions. Just go. You're not going anywhere. Hey, come at me. I'll walk you to the door. Come to me. I'll walk you to the door. At the door? The game's kind of buggy. What's she hitting me with? Wow, it's expensive horse? You know how many of these I did working late? All the company's grunt work fell on me. Without me, could they live so comfortably while making money? Why look down on me? Fine, since you refuse to see reason. And according to the public, I can't. Apparently, I know how to say that. Malevolence hazard migration. I will now perform Albert's spirit standardization protocol. Her discipline probably means she's recovering spirit energy. Hurry, okay, hold on, man. How come I can't interact with the item? No. Use a signal? You might not have it. That's an opportunity. Executive financial, it must be Heather's name. This is called after promotion. This is the mortgage contract. Did Heather just buy the place? Date says last month. No. Well done. I won't accept it. I won't. Just kill me then. Kill me. I still won't accept it. Hey, don't be like this. Can't we just talk this out? Alright, had enough fun? If you want to keep playing, I can play along forever. Really? Shut up. Let's come to business. You realize you're in the wrong now, don't you? I wasn't wrong. I won't accept it. Why are you being so reckless? A soul's spirit energy isn't infinite. If we run out, you'll be gone for good. Even though I'm gone for good, I still won't accept it. You're all helping a tyrant commit evil. He ran off again. We barely said 2 words. Ridiculous. Use your thermal gun and see where she went. Too rude, but your people skills are seriously lacking. There, she's right here. She's right here. Coming out. Come out. You plan on hiding forever? No way. Still playing tough. Well, amount of options I can't say I didn't give you a chance. Hold on. Remember what the message said? Either she goes back to heaven quietly or we deal with her, right? Sure, but the reward difference is huge. We talk her into returning to heaven. We get 500 spirit energy, but if she refuses, we have to deal with her. The reward drops to 250. Think about it. You're the detail-oriented one here, but she's still stuck in her own head right now, totally hiding in her shell. What are we supposed to do? You gotta learn to win people over with a little charm. Let me give it a shot. Heather, that was all a misunderstanding just now. Really don't mean any harm. I can't believe the only ghost would buy that. Well, to be fair, you are a ghost. Really, it's all a misunderstanding. We're just doing a job. Heather, your first 7th day is coming up soon. It's the window to return to heaven, and you'll be screwed. No do-overs. You got unfinished business in the mortal realm, don't you? Maybe we can help. Why would you be so nice? Come on, tell us. You seem like you were a decent person in life, so there's gotta be a reason you're causing all this trouble now, right? Come on, come out and let's talk it through. Don't represent your boss, don't you? Why the hell did she do to you? Cassian Jin is awful. She picks on the weak and sucks up to the strong. Total social climber. But she treated you okay, didn't she? I mean, she gave you a promotion and raise. That's what I earned. You have any idea how hard I work? The old CFO quit because they were so burnt out. I'm the only one holding this whole company's books together. Even so, causing trouble like this. You don't understand. It was her. She's the one who killed me. What? That night when I had my heart attack, she'd gotten back to the office from the business dinner. My emergency medication was missing. Cartesian Jim told me she'd go get help, but wait, what? She never came back. It was her. She killed me. So that's what happened. Tell me, shouldn't I make her pay? Or why would your boss want to hurt you? Because I found out her secret. What secret? She was cooking the books. Oh. After my old supervisor left, I was the only one reporting the weekly accounts to Cardassian Sid for her signature. One day, I happened to find her safe unlocked. There was ledger inside, and numbers didn't match the real accounts I had. So that's the real reason she gave you the promotion and raise, isn't it? Maybe, but I earned it. I worked overtime until midnight, 4 and 5 days a week for years. I never complained. I never thought about reporting to her. I just want to support myself. I just bought an apartment. No wonder your obsession items are the new business card and house mortgage contract. Just want a place of my own. Is that too much to ask? 2 years, property prices finally dropped. I finally got raised. I could afford a mortgage. Nothing fancy, just a studio, but I earned it with my own hard work. It was going to be my home. I'd finally made my dream come true, and then Cassidy destroyed everything. Well, that's understandable. Technically, he died of a heart attack. Cassidy just refused to help. No, but she destroyed my life. Exactly. If you can stand this, what can't you stand? You gotta show her what's what. You stop adding fuel to the fire. What can I ever do to her? I just spooked her once. You guys already came knocking. Like you just said, I don't have much time left here. Return to heaven now. You can still be reincarnated. You have another chance to fulfill your dreams. I know after I died, an angel told me, but I can't let it go. Why does someone like Cardassian Jin always get away with everything? Well, that's just how the movie works. It's on the past. I'd say let it go, move on. I have an idea. Huh? What? What are you up to now? What exactly can you do about it? I have my ways. You seem pretty detail-oriented. Quick question, do you happen to know the code to Cardassian Jin's safe? Just asking. 6888. Can't remember the numbers at all. It's always hiding stuff. I figured it out ages ago. If I want to screw over, I wouldn't have waited this long. What exactly are you trying to do? Just looking wouldn't hurt. What's inside? That bag, is it expensive? Reese, huh? Looks pricey. All bought with our blood and sweat. So thick, my head is spinning. This the one? Yeah, the accounts in here don't match the books I keep. Tons of expenses I've never seen before. One she's always handled the taxes filings herself. Send this to the tax bureau and your boss is going to have a hell of a time. Got an account book. You do that? You do that to our supreme VIP client? That might, well, she opened the safe. Thank you both. I really do feel better now. No problem. We're angels. We punish evil and reward good is what we do. I'll take the spirit energy then. Is it my time coming? Reincarnate, this is your only chance. Every minute of your mind. Put up my mind, I'm going to live again. Next life, I'll finally make my dream come true. That's the spirit. You still come back as a ghost again. Really? Anna. Thanks, you guys. Goodbye. See you. Wish you a better next life. Hope Heather can achieve her dreams in the next life. Yeah. Why is everybody these days so obsessed with owning property? I really don't get it. Because the world changes so fast, people feel insecure. The house makes them feel like they've got a stable home. You put it that way, what matters is home, right? The house is just a vessel. Oh my god. Shut up. Oh my god. It's more than that. Shut up. Exactly. It's the one that really matters. Well, whatever. It's finally over. Would have been a real pain if it dragged on. Thank God. I finally saw a reason. So much for an age-old routine, huh? Job's done. So what counts? Let's head home. Hold up. Let me post a snap. It's here, right? And you're telling me there's more to this game? These type of games aren't really... Well, actually, now that I think about it, even though these games aren't really my cup of tea, I mean, there's a lot of these. Let's go home. I can get used to a game like this. Yawn. After all this work, I'm feeling a bit sleepy. Such a fulfilling day. Come on, you just got up like 6 p.m. You don't get it. Whoa, look. What? Wow, that's a lot of likes. The one I posted is blowing up. I'm making money, I'll be rich. Impressive. Yeah. Outgoing mail sits at the front desk. Let's leave the ledger there. Okay. That's the express envelope containing contents on the desk. What on earth is going on tonight? Did I hit a haunted patch or what? Bye-bye, you oaf. He was sitting there the entire time? Who you calling oaf? Definitely not me. Is this the end of the demo? I hope it's the end of the demo. It's a good demo. And then there's it. Midnight. Once the hour of the dead hits, they all come out. It's so fun. I love River City at this hour. Oh my gosh. You my driver? Huh? Designated driver. It's... Oh my god. Did you call for a driver? No, ask this guy over here. Huh? Isn't this your dad? What the fuck? Do I look like him? Just joking. Whoa, this guy's throwing up. Maybe I got the wrong location. Haha. Are you serious? That's the guy. Okay, that's kind of funny. That's the... Out again? Yes, nice mood tonight. Came out to enjoy it. What's with this dude? I finished traded from HK called Donnie or something. Looks fit. How did he die so young? Wait, he's a ghost? Suicide, stabbed himself 5 times in the back. Why is he still here? In the back? Suicide? Life's really like a box of chocolate. How did you commit suicide by stabbing yourself 5 times? Eddie, he was quite handsome. He seemed familiar. I told you before. The soul isn't necessarily how the body looks in life. After wondering, it may change based on their inner state. You mean the guy was a diehard Bruce Willis fan when he went alive? I knew it. Okay, I love you. Whoa. The hell is this? Died last month, broke up with his girlfriend, got drunk, drove drunk, ended up in the river. You haven't been around much recently. He's been lurking here. His girlfriend must be sad. Nah, his girlfriend just got married. Wow, she found someone else. That's why she dumped him before. That's crazy. That's just tragic. Did that person just... Isn't she the internet celeb, the Velocia queen? Yeah, the one who speaks without the helmet. Oh god, that's disturbing. My mind didn't expect fancy here, my apologies. You definitely don't mean me. Hello? Just keep girl so young already. Wait, you're still alive? My mistake. A real life person, quite a big one. Big one. And you can see me? Been like this since I was a kid, sorry for the surprise. Must be a natural yin-yang eye. Rare, thanks. You're too kind. Girl, remember, the most important thing for a lady is to be beautiful. But when you speed, wear a helmet, okay? Sure. My family doesn't speed. In this world, no one can resist the charm of Fast and Furious. By the way, can you move? I bet you're stepping on my hand. Thanks. See ya. Doesn't seem regretful at all, huh? She might even having more fun than when she was alive since she can speed freely now. I'll report her to HQ later. Report? Don't be so mean. I'll tell him, no riding motorcycles is dangerous. Stupid dad. We're currently recruiting for this pharmacy project. Sir, I can see your brain. Your aptitude is exceptional. So what do you say? Want to give it some thought? Well, I just wanted to ask. Our motto is join for 3 years, guaranteed spiritual energy, freedom. No, I just want to ask, do you know where I live? And that's not even counting referral bonuses. The sky's the limit for us. What the hell? Why does this sound like a pyramid scheme? Because it is. Oh, boss. Oh, Carrie, you seem busy. Right, perfect timing. I got a rare business opportunity I want to pitch to you. Yeah, you go do your thing. We'll talk later. Sounds good. We'll set something up next time, boss. Now, where was I? Oh, yeah, sky's the limit. Even when you're dead, you can't get away from the scammers. That's kind of crazy. You would think that's what give you a friend of yours? That's rare. Used to be my assistant. Birds of a feather, I see. Don't start with that again. But you know, Rip and Run feels like totally different place after tonight. Feels like totally different place. The living and dead walk different roads, two separate worlds. When someone dies and becomes a ghost, why does their condition get so much different? They're still the same soul, aren't they? Because most of the ghosts you see chose to stay in the mortal realm after death. That things is wonderful, they can't get let go of, but they've lost all hope for the future. Right, they're already dead. What's the point of struggling? Exactly. Just lie flat and give up, right? It sounds pretty good to me. Let's go. How long does this go on? Oh, I see. Wish list if you liked it. Not bad. There are some. They need to do a bit more guidance, if that makes sense. Like there are parts where I was just stuck on like where to go, especially at the beginning with the metro. That wasn't entirely obvious. But after that, but the story actually. The story was pretty good, actually. It was simple. It made sense. It was actually pretty realistic. It was actually pretty grounded in reality. I could totally see where they're coming from with the story. It's actually pretty. So this is actually pretty good for a game. I liked it. It's getting pretty late for me. I'm not gonna play anything else. I was kind of hoping to check this out though. And for the most part, I'd say it's worth it. So if you like what you see, please follow, subscribe on YouTube and Twitch. What time is it? Wow, it's 5 hours. Have a good night, everybody. Bye.